until the start of competition. Liebe Freunde, noch einmal herzlich willkommen zum dritten und letzten Wettbewerb des Judo Grand Slam Düsseldorf 2018. In weniger als 10 Minuten geht es los mit der Vorrunde.
Well, a very good morning and welcome back to Düsseldorf on day 3 of the Düsseldorf Grand Slam. I'm delighted to be sitting alongside former world champion Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon.
We're going to start by taking a look at the 5 weight categories that we've got to bring to you today. 3 men, 2 women. It's the under 90, the under 100 and the plus 100 kilo categories for men, and it's the under 78 and plus 78 kilo categories for women. The top 4 seeds in the under 90 kilo category. Number 1 seed, Nicolas Sherazadishvili of Spain. The number 2 seed is Komrashur Ustapirion of Tajikistan. The number 3 seed is Mamadli Mediev of Azerbaijan. And the number 4 seed is Gantolga Altanbanga of Mongolia. Who out of that group, or who in the rest of the draw should we be looking at, Loretta?
Well, in the 90 kilos, we're looking at Ustapirioni for me, 6 times Grand Prix medalist and still looking for his first Grand Slam. But we've also got Baker of Japan, the Olympic champion. This is his first time back. He's obviously been living the high life of becoming Olympic champion. Has been nursing an injury as well, but he'll be making his debut here. But I'm sure all eyes are going to be on this young man to take the gold spot.
Okay, there are a couple of other people up there. I think maybe Lee Kochman of Israel, Noel van der End of the Netherlands. There's another Japanese in there as well, Kobayashi Yusuke.
Yes.
And then down in Pool C, the German hopes are going to be on Eduard Trippel. I think those are the others who may come into the mix.
Yes.
Under 100 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Varlam Lipatiliani of Georgia. The number 2 seed is Sirjenix Miklos of Hungary. The number 3 seed is Elkan Mamadov of Azerbaijan. And the number 4 seed is Elmar Gazimov, also of Azerbaijan.
Well, looking at this list, there is actually some very tasty guys in there, very competitive lads. Lipatiliani of Georgia has made a really smooth transition from 90 kilos, and he'll be looking to take his first gold medal in a Grand Slam in this weight category, so we've got to see how he is the number 1 seed, but he has moved up, and it's still that learning curve. He's coming up with some guys that he's most probably never competed before against, but there is ones to watch in this weight category again. He will be challenged by Nikiforov, the Belgian world bronze medalist. That'll be one of the hardest matches to come across. And on the bottom half you have Haga of Japan, the world champion, and also Mamadov of Azerbaijan, European champion. But not forgetting Ben Fletcher, who in Tunisian Grand Prix took the gold medal.
Yeah.
So he's someone that seems to be on form this year. So again, someone to watch out for.
Okay, let's take a look at the competitors in the plus 100 kilo category. 32, it's a nice straight knockout from round 1 there. The number 1 seed, Stanislav Bondarenko of Ukraine. The number 2 seed is Lurie Krakovetsky of Kyrgyzstan. The number 3 seed is Kim Sung-min of the Republic of Korea. And the number 4 seed is Ulzibaya Durenbaya of Mongolia.
Well, again, it seems like a very small weight category, 32, but still there's a lot in there. But I think for this competition, this event itself, Japan will be wanting to restore a lot of confidence in their heavyweights. They have Harasawa, of the Olympic silver medalist, and he's back for the first time since blowing out at the World Championships in September. It was a massive big upset for Japan. Ojitani of Japan, also 2 times Grand Slam winner, also slipped down the world ranking after managing only to pick up a 7th place in the Tokyo Grand Slam, and failing to take a place in the World Championships. So he slipped down. But we have got other strong contenders to keep an eye out of, and one for me that draws the attention to me is Hegi of Austria, this junior world silver medalist. He's only 19 years of age and already hitting some really top targets there. So it'll be interesting to see how he performs. Great hopes for Austria. You can't write out Okrashvili of Georgia, former World Masters winner, and the Olympic bronze medalist Sasson of Israel.
Okay, some good names there. I'm just going to go back over something Loretta has said to do with both Harasawa and Heji. Harasawa, the Japanese looking to really establish themselves back in the plus 100 kilo category, because in the absence of the big man, this is where you want to do it.
Yes.
And Harasawa has a first round match against Javad Majoub of Iran. That's a tough one, and we saw the Iranians take a gold medal yesterday.
Yes,
however, should Harasawa win that, then he may face Stefan Hegi of Austria, who's also got a tough match because he's got to fight the homeboys, Sven Heinler. However, if you get the Harasawa-Hegi matchup, it will be a repeat of the World Championship match where the young, 19-year-old surprised everybody and knocked out Harasawa. So there are problems looming for Harasawa very early on. 1 in the opening contest with Majoub, and 2 in round 2. If he does get past him, he could face Stefan Hegi again. And Hegi is one of only 2 non-Japanese ever to defeat Harasawa, apart from Rinne. He's lost to Rinne, he's lost to the Romanian, and he's lost to Hegi. That's it. The only other times he's ever been beaten has been Japanese. He's got a very, very good record. Right, let's take a look at the under 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. The number 2 seed is Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. The number 3 seed is Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands, and the number 4 seed is Kalima Antomachi of Cuba.
Well, obviously the number 1 seed, we have bronze medalist in the World Championships, and since then Natalie Powell has gone on to 7th place in Paris, a 5th place in the Masters, but also in Abu Dhabi took the gold medal. She's been a consistent round about the medal placings. Sometimes it's a bit hot and cold. We have to see how she's going to perform on the day, but there's someone who is a real contender for a podium place. Aguiar of Brazil, again, this young lady, double Olympic medalist, didn't have the best of starts in Paris, but still a real contender for a podium place. But you've also got Karen Stevenson's World Masters last year, bronze medalist, and you've also got Sato, Tokyo Grand Slam bronze medalist, in the mix there as well. Otomashi will be the one that will challenge Natalie Powell, and if she comes out of Pool B, so a few matches before them, but still a massive challenge there from this world bronze medalist as well.
The 2 Germans that I want to mention, although there are 4 of them, the 2 that I'm going to mention are Luisa Malzahn and Anna Maria Wagner. That's to look out for the home fans. Let's take a look at the plus 78 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Asahina Sara of Japan. The number 2 seed is Larissa Čerek of Bosnia-Herzegovina. The number 3 seed is Maria Suellen Alperman of Brazil. And the number 4 seed is Irina Kinzeska of Azerbaijan.
Well, in this weight, I'm going to go for the number 1 and 2 seed of this weight category. Čerek cannot miss her. She's a consistent fighter. She battles away. She's slightly smaller than the average heavyweight plus 78 kilo player, but she does give a real impact when she does participate. Kindereska of Azerbaijan in Düsseldorf last year took the gold medal, even though it was a Grand Prix, but is familiar at taking a medal in this country, but also picked up a bronze medal in Paris, so is on form this year.
All right, we're going to start by taking a look at the contests in the under 90 kilo category. We're going to go down to mat 2. The opening contest there is Alexis Duarte of Argentina. He's up against Bosko Bovenovic of Serbia. It's Duarte in the white judogi, Borenovic in blue.
Well, as we noticed earlier on in mat 1, on Argentina, also in mat 2 and mat 3, so seems to be a bit of a takeover, as we said. Argentinian, as you said, was what did you call it?
The Argentinian National Championships.
So
I thought it was a wrong event for a while. I think down on mat number 1 it will be Daniela Krukova coaching down there. I'm sure it is.
Borenovic taking his time out there, both really a little bit of a slow start in this first round, but Serbian, as you can see, trying to capitalize in the Niwas over that rotation there, lost a little bit of control. Duarte rescuing it quite nicely.
In blue judogi for Latvia, Aigars Vilenbergs.
The Argentinian, as you can see, with that right high collar grip, drawing the elbow in to more leverage on the head. Finds himself in the receiving end of what looked to be an attempt of a GG.
Looks all right to me.
It did. He just managed to lift him off the ground and halt the action, which is not always
absolutely
guaranteed.
Well said, Loretta. It's not always guaranteed. If the referee thinks that that's going to go on, whether you've lifted your opponent off the mat or not.
How many times have we seen that as well? It's been quite a few times then. An athlete's lured into feeling safe.
Im weißen Anzug aus Deutschland, Lisa Dollinger.
And Serbia now again looking for an opportunity down there.
Samantha Suarez.
You spoke about Karen Stevenson. Talk about being chilled and laid back.
Yes.
She's sitting about 8-10 seats away from us, watching the judo. She's just up there.
That's what you love about them, isn't it? It's obviously something to be done there. Mental. I suppose.
Yeah, you stay as calm and relaxed as possible for as long as you can, and then just in that last moment, maybe you want to get up as high as you can.
It's for athletes to try and find that moment of calm and a place where they can start to focus on the actual tournament itself. When you're in the warm-up area, you're distracted by so many things, and it can play sort of mind games with you as well, especially when you're watching your opponent warming up and they look really ready for the tournament, and you feel like you're just blowing and something's not right. So that can play a real mind game on you. So sometimes it's better to get yourself out of there and just stay in tune with your own feelings.
Yeah, some people don't want to be away from the warm-up area. They couldn't deal with that kind of relaxed
I think for me as an athlete, I just wanted to be closer to the toilet, so I thought I'll make sure that I know where they are first and foremost. And I'm quite sure a lot of athletes, that's the first thing they do. Right, where's the changing room, and definitely where's the toilets in case. The nerves always saying. Well, a half-hearted attempt there of a Sutemi Waza, but his back went on the edge. Oh, and there you have it. The second Shido goes to the Serbian, and a very silly error there under a bit of pressure. Unnecessary, really, because the pressure isn't too much coming from the Argentinian. As you can see, the arms round the back there. Or flurry of attacks there. The Kosota, Ashiwazas, both stumbling, but now on there in the Osaka. He's desperately trying to get that leg out, as you can see. But it hasn't tied up the head, so there's a lot of effort being made and nothing secured yet.
Golden score on determined 2.
High collar grip there, Duarte. You can see the right hand inside. Now he changes that from around the back. Well, for both the athletes, it's obviously the first match. A little bit of nerves have set in here, and their attacks have not been as precise as they would hope for. Neither one of them really taking command in this match. 2 Shidos to 1. There you can see with the 2 Shidos, one more would result in the hand Sokimaki. Comes down into the Niwaza again, looking for an opportunity down there.
Tatami 3.
Now 2 with the Shidos. So either one of them who picks up the next one will be out of the tournament in an early shower for the day.
And the blue from Ghana, Victor Ayaward.
Nagi attempt there. That was probably one of the strongest attacks we've seen so far. We're just under a minute and a half into golden score. Well, there was a great attempt there. Very excitable man, and Duarte goes into the second round. Threw that arm over the top, stumbled his opponent, hooked around the back of the leg for the Kosota to get the Wazari. Well, Duarte will be quite happy with that. It was a very, very slow start of the competition for both these athletes, but Duarte did that little bit extra in the golden score to secure a place.
So our opening contest begins with a golden score. And now we're going to stay here on mat number 2 anyway. It's Luke Edward Ntsama of Cameroon. He's up against Falk Peter Stilke of Germany. It's Ntsama in a white judogi, Peter Stilke in blue. the home fans to cheer about already. Not only is he from Germany, but he's also from the region, so a local boy from somewhere in North Rhine-Westphalia. That's where we are. Just tying things up here, looking for the Osai Komi. He needs to get the left leg out. That's the one that's trapped at the moment. Couldn't get the leg released.
Next contest on the
Koji Gari brings his opponent down, driving him back and down onto the left side of his body.
In Russia, Antonina Shmilyova. In blue judo for France, Samahava Kamara. Men under 90 kilograms, first round on tatami 3. Please welcome in white from Great Britain, Jamal Petgrave. And in blue from Poland, Rafał Kozłowski. First round, men under 90 kg, tatami 2. In white for Latvia, Davis Duda. In blue for France, Julian Guémarec.
Well, just what a lovely finish there.
You can't believe it. Komarek.
Oof.
How
Komarek.
did that happen?
Well, I think he blinked. I think that's exactly. Oh, look at that! It's so deep there, the Sianagi, and followed it. He was ready. Oh, he actually even helped him back up.
He's just got one sleeve, and maybe for that reason, Komarek doesn't sense a danger. You know, this grip. You know, I don't feel as though I'm in danger here.
It feels a little bit flimsy.
Yeah, and yet he's able to work some.
that was the thing. He didn't give him the telltale sign. It was no big message saying, "Here I come."
Right, coming up on mat number 2, Robert Florentino of the Dominican Republic. He's up against Piotr Kutsera of Poland. Florentino in the white judogi, Kutsera in blue. Round 1 of the under 90 kilo category.
Kutsera, as you can see, has definitely got a slight height advantage over his opponent. Those long limbs are going to cause the Dominican quite a few problems there. Florentino picking up a Shido, or both a Shido apiece there. Lack of engagement in the Kimikata. They have Florentino taking the first grip, and the Ashiwaza was there, stumbling. Kutsera rubbing his ankle a little bit there, but
both fighters have picked up a penalty, but it's Florentino who comes up with the score as he catches Kutsera just off balance, and the Florentino able to take advantage of that. Plenty of time left in the contest, so Kutsera needn't concern himself with the time on the clock as yet. Just needs to settle down and think about coming up with his own score and not get distracted and worry about the amount of time that there is there. And a second penalty picked up by Florentino with way over 2.5 minutes left to go. I'd have thought that that was the thing that would worry Florentino most. Kutsera's just got to stay upright here, keep moving, and as a result of that, you know, he's got to concentrate on the right things here. Don't give up another penalty, Kutsera that is. Just keep things going and make sure
Please welcome in white from Tunisia,
that you don't give up another penalty.
Der Olympiasieger aus Japan, Bakaramashu.
Well, if you want to continue watching this contest, just click on mat 2 and you'll see that. But we're going to go down to mat number 3. It's still round 1 of the under 90 kilos. However, on mat number 3, we've got the current Olympic champion from Japan, Baker Mashu. He's up against Oussama Mahmoud Snoussi of Tunisia. It's Snoussi in the white judogi, Baker in blue. Baker Mashu has got a brand of there's a band around his waist that's the top of the underwear that he's wearing. It's called Under Armour. Doesn't appear to be working because he's taken a knock there, and that is some degree of discomfort. Little hand tap to say okay, sorry about that. We're back underway. He seemed very relaxed yesterday, did Baker Mashu, when a few people collared him and they were chatting with him. I was in that group standing there and just having a casual chat with him and Arazawa Hisayoshi. They were very relaxed. They were waiting for the weigh-in that's taking place here in the venue, so a little bit of a chat. Snoussi is favouring the Sutemi waza here, hoping to come up with something, but he hasn't as yet. Still the single Wazari score, the lead for Baker, but he falls into the Osai Komi. And there's not a lot Snoozy can do about that one. Rather unfortunate that he got caught that way. But it's Baker Mashu who goes through to round 2. He will face the number 3 seed there, Mamad Ali Mediev of Azerbaijan.
Women under 78 kilogram, first round. Wir begrüßen im weißen Judoanzug die
Right, we spoke about Anna Maria Wagner of Germany, so let's go down to mat number 1. Anna Maria Wagner of Germany faces Yahima Ramirez of Portugal. It'll be Wagner in the white judogi, Ramirez in blue.
Tatami 3. Men under 90 kilogram, first round. Please welcome in white. From Democratic Republic of Congo, Ian Lebeau. And the blue from Brazil, Eduardo Bertoni.
Ramirez picking up a penalty for overly defensive posture.
Matthew Koch. In blue judogi for Japan, Kobayashi Yusuke.
Wagner with a nice big right arm over the top. It's a tricky little grip that, because you don't immediately recognise that the hands are on one side. Normally the left hand would be on the right sleeve of Ramirez, but in that instance Anna Maria Wagner went over the top with the right arm, so that's on the left side of Ramirez, and then she held the left lapel of Ramirez, so technically she's got both hands on one side. It doesn't immediately present itself maybe to the referee. Anyway, she got away with it. See, there it's on the right lapel, so that's okay. But now the right arm has gone over, so she needs to attack immediately. There's no time given for the athletes to set something up. Once that arm goes over, she needs to attack immediately. 2:20 left to go, no score yet, single Shido against Ramirez.
In white for Kazakhstan, Sungat Zakariev. In blue for Lebanon, Asif Elias.
Wagner not able to get past the defence of Ramirez as yet. And both fighters collect penalties for passivity. However, it's a second penalty picked up by Ramirez. That's a nice big Osodagari from Anna Maria Wagner. It brings Ramirez down onto her side. Puts Vasari on the board for the German. Yosai Komi was called. Time's ticking away. Vasari Awazeti Ipan. It's Anna Maria Wagner with a good win, having eventually broken down the defense of Yahima Ramirez. The German goes through to round 2. And in that second round, Anna Maria Wagner will face Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands. And Loretta and I were talking about Karen Stevenson this morning. She's sitting 8 seats away from us, just off to our left here. And I've got her feet up, nice and comfortable. She knows that she had that first round bye, so she could afford to just sit up in the stands and take it all in. But I think any minute now it'll be down to the warm-up area and she'll start her warm-up for her day. Right, the plus 100 kilo category has started, and it's a straight 32 judoka, so there's no bye for anyone. 2 rounds, a quarter-final, semi-final, final. On the mat now, the number 1 seed, Stanislav Bondarenko of Ukraine. Quite often the number 1 seed will have the benefit of a bye. That is not the case this time. And Bondarenko is up against Vasily Chelau of Spain. It's Irinel Vasily Chalaru Grigoras of Spain. Give him his full name. I mean, we'll just go with Irinel Chalaru. Makikomi from Bondarenko. There's the push. Vasari, good score. He just kept pushing. No real break in that. The referee in the middle had a good look, and Vasari was the score. Nice Makikomi. It's a big man's throw, or a big fighter's throw, because the women employ that as well, but normally it's a technique that you see employed by the heavier weights. And that was employed to good use there. Chalaru Grigoras picks up a penalty for negative gripping. That's the signal from Frank Wolf, the referee in the middle there.
Golden score.
Little over 2 minutes left to go. Bondarenko leads. Chalari Grigoras has picked up a single penalty. Now Bondarenko picks one up, and I think that's just for
cross gripping.
Yeah.
Double same side grip. You can use it, but like we say, you have to. You can take the grip, but you have to use it. And very silly error, really. Someone who's so experienced. Spaniard, as you can see, with 2 shidos, one more would result in the hand sokimaki. But glad they're Spaniard.
Match 2, men under 90 Kilogramm, first round. Erste Runde der Männer bis 90 Kilogramm auf Matte 2. Ebenfalls Judo-Anzug aus Bayern, Dario Corbera-Garcia.
Bondarenko drawing his opponent down onto his knees, and there is another possibility. He dropped down. Another shido, I think, is coming for the Spaniard. And there you have it. Third and final shido, the win. A hand sokimaki being awarded. and Bondarenko goes through to the next round, the second round in the plus 100 kilos.
Next contest on tatami 1. First round, men over 100 kilos.
I suppose we can stay here to and continue to have a look at the plus 100 kilo category.
Yes.
Why not? Vlad Simeonescu of Romania. He's about to take to the mat in his first round contest. He's up against Bekbolot Toktoganov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Simeonescu in the white judogi, Toktoganov in blue.
Well, Simeonescu is a big lad, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got some weight on him. Old style heavyweight, a little bit like Okrashvili.
Yes. Very, very similar to Okrashvili, the Georgian. Toganov there, as you can see, trying to turn his opponent over. He's got a tall order there. He's a big lad and he's not going to be going over too lightly. Trying to draw his head down, as you can see. Breaking up the size of this man who steps across there looking for that Makikomi. Well, there's a real battling going here that neither one of them has really had that glimmer of hope of getting closer to a throw. As you can see, it's
Please welcome in white from Italy, Giuliano Lombardo, and in blue,
Tokanov there attempting a Sutemi Waza, just really didn't even get his opponent moving on that attack. But there's a lot more effort coming from him, and the referee will start to change the dynamics of this match. And there you have it, the first Shido goes to the Romanian, and rightly so. There hasn't really been much coming from the Romanian. Simeonescu now really has to start getting a grip of his opponent and starting to change the pace, go into second gear a little bit. At the moment he's just been gliding around and very little effort has been put into the first 2 minutes.
Meta 3. Women plus 17.
There's the Osoto Makikomi. Oh, he stumbled along there but lost the upper body control. And again, that was one of the closest he's had of getting anywhere near a score. As he moves his opponent round, a lovely rotation, hooking in with the Ouchigari. Well, that was a lot nicer there to see. And this is what he needs to do. He needs to start moving Simeonescu if he needs to get past the size of this man. That circling motion definitely was the key factor to being able to enter in with the Ouchigari. But as we know, that much effort takes so much out of you, and when you're having so close to the end and we're going towards the golden score, well, there you have Simeonescu just collapsed to the ground there, and referee calling mate. Not quite sure what happened there for Simeonescu. He's holding his mouth at the moment. And there he picks up his second Shido for that. That sort of collapse wasn't falling anyone, and referee hadn't forgot that it was literally just a disengage of the contest and a drop to the ground. Although he was concerned to make sure that the athlete was fine, it wasn't as serious as the dramatic move to go down into the ground. So 18 seconds and the pressure is piled on Simonescu, who I think will pick up the third and final Shido before entering into golden score, and he did. He pedaled out of danger. Simonescu picks up his third and final, sadly, Shido, and that's a award of a Hanso Kimaki, and the win goes to Toko Govnov.
First round, men under 100 kilo, tatami 2. In one judogi for Tunisia, Anis Ben Khaled. In blue for Cuba, 2017 Pan American champion, Jose Armenteros. Next contest on mat 1. First round, men over 100 kilo. In white judogi representing Russia, Andrei Volkov. In blue for Mexico, Jose Cuevas.
Well, here we have in the plus 100s representing Russia, we have Volkov in the white, and representing Mexico in the blue, Cuevas, just entering our field of play now. Russian, as you can see, trying to throw the right hand high onto the collar there. Mexican taking the lapel sleeve on the right side. Volkov, as you can see, trying to get the arm over the top. He's got a secured sleeve grip, as you can see there, controlling quite nicely, but needs that hand high over the top on the right side. Cuevas there and Volkov both picking up a Shido apiece. The Mexican trying to break up the balance of his opponent.
Women plus 78 kilograms, first round on mat 3. In white judogi from Slovenia, the Rio Olympic bronze medalist.
Well, for holding both sides of the lapel, the Mexican picks up the second Shido. And still 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this contest. It's still a long way to go. It's not the ideal situation. Well, Volkov really, all he needs to do here is tactically play this game into the second round. Gets that high collar grip, he's got the sleeve, he's controlling the Mexican quite nicely there. And it just seems to be just a matter of time that the third and final Shido will be awarded.
In blue judogi for Tunisia, Sahar Trabelsi.
Well, this time it goes to Volkov, so it's 2 apiece and 1 minute 42 seconds remaining. Now both of these gentlemen, oh, and the Makikomi was there and beautifully executed. and scoring a Wazari. He got the Osa coming, but the power of the Mexican trying to bridge over.
Tatami 1. First round, men over 100 Kilogramm. Erste Runde Männer über 100 Kilogramm auf der Matte 1. In Judo weisen wir Zug auf Brasilien. Juan Izquierdo. Eine grüne blaue Nation aus Niedersachsen. André Reichmann.
Plus 100 kilograms, round 1, Brazil in the white and Germany in blue. There's the German hope here, Breitbart. The screen's in blue. Izquierdo in the white, representing Brazil. And this is in Pool A that we're looking at. The winner of this will go on to meet the Russian Volkov. Izquierdo there, as you can see, trying to look for an opportunity in the Niwaza.
Second round, men under 90 kilos, 2. In white judo, representing Spain, Nicolas Sherazadishvili. In blue judo for Argentina, Alexis Duarte. Round 3, women over 70 kilogram first round. Please welcome white from Russia, Ksenia Shimisova.
Well, the stronger of the two at this moment is looking like the Brazilian. A little bit more forceful out there. He's had a better opportunity in scoring. He's got that strong grip, comes round the back. Oh, just loses out slightly there on the control at the latter stage of the entry there. But nevertheless, a very good attack from the Brazilian. Cross grip there, he has to be careful and use it. German just trying to get some sort of control in this match. Comes round the back, hips in. Brazilian throws that right hand over on that shoulder, drawing the head down, drawing his opponent's head towards his chest as the hips start to linger around there. Oh, and a lovely counter-attack. Scoring a Wazari in the last minute of this contest. Now, this is a great position for the Brazilian to be in. He's not picked up any Shidos along the way, so he's got a clean slate, but sadly they've taken away the Wazari, so it's back to square one again in just under a minute remaining in this contest. Well, what does this Brazilian need to do to get on the scoreboard? He's got that left hand on the lapel. He throws the arm underneath for a Seoinage attempt, drops under his opponent, just really didn't get that leverage to bump him over for an attack and score. See the danger for the Brazilian. The arm is round the back there. He's trying to draw him in. He does the Kosoto. He shows for the hip. And there the leg comes across the Uchimata. Well, definitely the Brazilian is doing all the work up until now with 9 seconds remaining. Well, we're now into golden score. No scores at all on the board. 2 Shidos, though, goes to the German. 1 more would result in the disqualification. So he really has to start coming into play in this contest if he wants to have any opportunity of going through to the second round. Well, the support are here for this German. Izquierdo really has done all the work up until now. Hopefully he has still a lot more in the tank to give in this golden scorer. Very challenging. The hip comes through. The consistency keeps driving on that attack. Sadly didn't get the score that he required, just needed to push it a little bit further, but that slight pause as he dropped to the ground was enough for the referee not to score it. So we have 44 seconds remaining, or 45 seconds in the golden score now. And this is a real battle between these athletes. German desperately trying to come back into play here, not really getting his own way at all. Well,
I haven't seen Izquierdo before.
well, he's done well. He's quite for me, I think if he gets an opportunity, which he will, go through to the next round.
Yeah, he's gone now.
He's got some nice judo. He definitely has got some lovely skills. When the hips come in, he's got the Kosotogari, he's also got the Uchimata, and he's got the hip throws. He's very flexible, and the German really didn't get a look in this match at all.
First time I've seen the Brazilian, Juan Izquierdo. Because they've got a couple big fellas that we know about, Rafael Silva, for example. And then who's the number 1 up there? I mean, it's really bad that I can't pick his name, immediately off the top of my head. And when I see it, I say, of course. But sometimes it just goes, doesn't it? Especially at my age. I hope not. David Moura, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying anything. Keep out of this conversation.
Right, on mat number 1 now. There's no reason why we stick here.
Yes.
Ulzibaya, Durenbaya and Hector Campos. It's Ulzibaya in the white judogi, Campos in blue. If you want to see one of the other mats, of course, you can just click on there. Lee Kochman of Israel is up against Cyril Grossglass of Switzerland on mat number 2, and then down on mat number 3 it's Komrancho Ustapirian of Tajikistan. He's up against Luri Mokanu of Moldavia. Those are your choices, and then we're back to round 2 in the under 90 kilo category already. So that's one to look at. Anyway, here is Loretta again. I'm going to find out about, who was it? Rochelle Nunes
Yes.
of Brazil. I'll go and find out what that was about.
Well, as we said, representing Mongolia, Ulzibayev in the white, Campos of Argentina in the blue. And of course, both athletes are picking up a Shido apiece, but Ulzibayev picks up his second, which is not a good thing when you've still got 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining in this contest. Desperately trying to get those hips through. Playing too long of a waiting game. Oh, Chigari there, driving off the back. Even had that little bit of a lift to have a twist on it if necessary, but the Argentinian did very well to maneuver himself out of trouble. Ulzibayev, as you can see, 2 hands just under the armpit there of the gi, drawing his opponent in towards his chest, trying to get those hips through. And Shido goes to Campos, trying to defend as desperately as he can under a very troubled situation. Ulzibayev coming on to his opponent, looking to advance and get that score. He knows, well, both of them now are in very difficult situation, 2 Shidos apiece, and but Campos looks like he's defending so much there. It just seems to be a matter of time that he could pick up his 3rd and final Shido. Ulzibayev, as you can see, that leg just floating around there, the Kosota, the Uchimata, and he's also got the big hip throw in. So he's trying to set that up. He's trying to desperately get a reaction from the Argentinian. And but I think the referee is just keeping a very close eye on Campos, because at the moment he just seems to be defending and trying to keep his opponent at bay. It's making sure there's a massive gap between the Mongolian and himself. Mongolian again, as you can see, with the grip just on that side there as he tries to lure his opponent onto the hips. The Kosota just touching the back of the knee, really just giving him a sense that something's coming, but what will it be? The Kosota, will it be the Taitoshi, or even the Uchimata hip throw that we've seen him attempt but not actually secure a score? And there you have the Uchimata hop-in situation, lost the upper body control. The gi was all over the place for the Argentinian, didn't really have that much support from the jacket. The Mongolian, really, it was far too loose for him to really get that connection. But the referee asking the Mongolian to tidy up that gi. Campos doing exactly the same. Now sometimes you sense that someone will pick up the 3rd and final Shido. I reckon it could be Campos, or they might just let it go for a little bit longer. I'm not sure, but I can't see that this going far too long. Well, they're giving him another benefit of the doubt in the last 36 seconds. Campos again looks like he's defending. His feet are back, his head's down. Oh yes, he attempted a technique, came out Campos, and the foot sweep was there, and the Mongolian scoring upon, nicely executed, and goes through to the 2nd round at the plus 100 kilograms. So Ulzibaya, a very convincing win at the end. And he'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly. Sedikovic of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the white. Matiashvili of Georgia in the blue. Sedikovic there in the white, as you can see, and for Georgia, Matiashvili in the blue. Well, the Georgians have always produced some very strong heavyweights. Okrurashvili, one of the strongest men coming from this team. A lot of experience under his belt, but got to be one of the more mature athletes in the plus 100s. Along with Bondarenko as well, who's been around quite some time in the heavyweights. Well, we know that the career of a heavyweight can last that little bit longer. Makakomi, yes, lovely execution there. Took his opponent off guard there, scoring a Wazari, and now putting him in the lead with 2 minutes and 48 seconds remaining. Matiashvili looking very strong out there. As you can see, the left hand on the lapel, which is controlling his opponent. Leaving the other arm out free. Floating away there, either for the Makakomi or the Sianagi. Sedikovic there, under a bit of pressure, backpedaling, and will pick up the second Shido. And one will go to Matiashvili of Georgia. So that's still, he leads with that Wazari and halfway remaining in this contest. So just under the 2 minute mark. Sedikovic really has to do some work now. He's got to step it up into the next gear. Got to look a little bit more forceful out there if he wants a place in the second round. The Georgian, again, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, trying to brace in. He comes in the inside this time to get a little bit closer and under his opponent's center of balance. Sedikovic trying to push onto that edge, but I think that was a deliberate push towards the edge of the contest area rather than Matiashvili stepping out. And he might just pick up that third and final Shido for that movement, and yes, he does. For the push in action, as we know, it's important to grip, but it's important to grip and engage, and what he was doing there was just gripping and pushing out as an avoidance and trying to put the pressure on a penalty being given to the Georgian, which failed this time. So Matiashvili goes through to the next round. He'll be up against Uzibaya from Mongolia in that next match. Now here's someone that we I said earlier on in the predictions to keep an eye on is this 19-year-old from Austrian, junior world medalist Hegge in the white, Heinle of Germany in the blue. Well, obviously a crowd pleaser this young man is, and be wanting to perform well in front of this home crowd. But Hegge shows a lot of maturity in his judo. Very, very strong looking athlete out there, as you can see, that left hand high on the collar, drawing his opponent's head. He's also got that sleeve, a nice strong grip against Heinle, who at this moment is struggling a little bit to actually take any control in the direction of this contest.
Second round, men under 90 kilo, the number 2. In white for Mongolia,
Well, Hegge starting off very confidently as well here. This 19-year-old potential the Austrians have in this young man. Makakomi attempt there. Need to break up his opponent's balance first, get a little bit movement before entering into the Makakomi.
Men 3, men under 90 kilograms, second round. Please walk up in line. From Russia, Dimitri Yelda, and the Judo from Great Britain.
Henley, as you can see, now starting to come a little bit alive there. He's flurry of grips there gave him that little bit of control. Sadly a little bit wasted as he dropped underneath his opponent. He had slight advantage there, but failed to capitalize on that.
And on mat 2 you've got Gantolga, and mat 3 Dovgan from Russia. That's a very Mongolian sounding name.
Definitely,
Dovgan.
yeah. Well, there's a few there that you just think, well, where have they come from?
Well, he could be,
originally?
couldn't he? Well, I'll just have a look down and see give you any
Heinle there, as you can see, desperately trying to stay in this contest. He hasn't really had much opportunity to shine out here in front of this home crowd. He's got a very strong grip here now. He's got the lapel and the sleeve. Left hand on the lapel, drawing his opponent's left sleeve across his chest, bearing his weight down over that arm, but sadly taking far too long to react off what looks to be a strong controlling grip. Hegge there, as you can see, picking up a Shido, and so does
Sven Heinle. Daniel Gershner is in the chair for the Germans. I like his attitude as a coach. A couple of years ago he was a little bit excitable, but he's managed to
Chigari there. Oh,
just hopping backwards. Hegge.
that was the best attack so far from the German.
One of the Germans has already gone out, Andre Breitbart.
Yes, we saw that in the earlier rounds.
Germans won't want to lose another. They've only got the 2 in anyway. No, Johannes Frey down at the bottom. And Eric Abramov, maybe he's an import.
Maybe looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. Well, just seconds remaining in this contest, and we'll be definitely going into golden score. Heggie looking the more dominant out there, just doesn't have the same amount of weight to generate through his attacks. Oh, there was a lovely drop from the German. Well, it was the close, two good strong attacks coming from this young man. As you can see with the lapel grip there, the left hand. Seems to be waiting a little bit too long. Heggie just draws that grip off his lapel quite comfortably. Follows through with the Makakomi.
Second round, 190 kilo,
No Chigari. Oh, yes! That was so close. Just dropped him down into the rear. Didn't get the following through to onto the back. But nevertheless, a very strong Chigari attempt there. And the second Shido goes to Heggie. Now that's two. One more would be the hand Sokumaki. Harai, not the strongest of attacks. No upper body control on that one. Very dangerous move. The Makakomi there from the Austrian. The Germans come alive a little bit better now in this. Oh, Chigari, is it there? Oh, so close. Makakomi, does he get the turn on it? No, totally squashed there by the German. But nevertheless, a good, strong attack. To put that there, the Chigari is hovering around again. He knows, he can sense that there is a bit of a vulnerability from Heggie to the rear, but Heggie drops to his knees there, totally exhausted. Well, I think that could be the end of this contest. The third Shido going to be awarded to the Austrian as he fell to his knees. And there you have it, third and final Shido, and finally goes through to the next round.
Right, well, coming up here on mat number 1, in round 1, is Harazawa Hisayoshi of Japan. He faces Javad Maju, but we're going to go down to mat number 3 because they're already in round number 2, and we've got a number 3 seed in the under 90 kilo category, Mamadali Mediev of Azerbaijan. He's facing the current Olympic champion, Baker Mashu of Japan. It's Mediev in the white judogi, Baker in blue. We joined the contest with a little under 3 minutes left to go. There's no score as yet.
Well, this will be a really interesting match. It's one that we've been waiting for. Everyone is talking about Baker. He's been out for some time. He hasn't been on the scene for a wee while. He had been nursing a shoulder injury. As you can see just at the guns there, that left shoulder is strapped up. and he's obviously been living the high life of being Olympic champion. 20, and he's still only 23 years of age, I believe. He's still a young lad with such a career in front of him, but will be a little bit rusty out there.
I think that rustiness is just shown in that little effort there. He picked up a penalty for a false attack. He was saying that the shoulder injury, he's only 80% on the left side, but he's okay on the right side. He's 120% on the right side.
120%. Well, he's got two shoulders, has he?
I think
double extra muscle on that side.
He was trying to say that he was going to compensate by being even stronger on the right than he had previously been on the left. But he's a bit of a joker. He likes he likes a laugh and a joke, and that was his effort at a joke yesterday.
Lovely drop Sienagi there. He came in quite nicely, and Mediev, a big lad comparing to Baker, towers over him. The arm deep over the back, and the Azerbaijans have got some very strong athletes in their team. They're going to be hosting the World Championships this year, so they'll be desperately wanting to prepare well to be very successful for that week.
Baker looks as though he's got a nice defence. Hard to throw.
It's the first match out since 2016. He's obviously done some training camps, but he hasn't actually competed. And as we know, it's a big difference from doing a randori session to actually going out there and going through all those emotional sort of roller coasters, the feelings that you have when you're coming into a tournament, the making of weights, and the sort of anticipation and obviously expectations, what everybody is expecting from this Olympic champion.
Harazawa Hisayoshi has won his contest down on mat number 1 against Javad Majoub. He moves into round 2, and he will face Sven Heinle of Germany in that second round contest. Meanwhile, we're back here with Mediev and Baker, and it's Baker working away on the ground. Thought about the Yoko Shiogutami first, just brought the hand up now.
Murakatami there he's gone back to the Yoko Shiogutami, but switches one depending on how those hips are starting to move. But as you can see, the Azerbaijan's going, I've just had enough now.
Yeah, he's tapped out already.
He's already tapped.
Yeah.
But Baker's not letting him up, because the last thing he wants is to get back on his feet after a giant of a man has given him a little bit of a run for his money in this opening match for him in the second round.
So Baker Matthews safely through to round 3. There are 3 rounds, a quarter-final, semi-final and final in the under 90 kilo category. 46 fighters in there, so it's a big group. But we're going to stay here because it is a round further in advance than the 100 kilos, which is taking place on mat number 1 if you want to watch that, but that's round 1. We're already in round 2 here, and we're going to see the contest between Joachim Bottio of Belgium. He faces Eduardo Bettoni of Brazil. It's Bottio in the white judogi, Bettoni in blue.
Well, the winner of this match will go on to meet the Olympic champion Baker. A very daunting thought for both these athletes, knowing that this is going to be a battle and a half, but what is lying ahead of them is going to be even harder. Bottio from Belgium advancing a little bit better into the grips, has controlled their cross grip, needs to use it as a Brazilian turning his back there, didn't have a secured enough grip to make an impact against his opponent. can see trying to get that right hand over the top. And blocked there by the Belgian. Comes in with a cross grip. You know that you can cross grip, but as soon as you get two hands on that same side, you must use it. And it is a direct attack from the cross grip, and there you have Bertoni and Gautier picking up a Judo apiece. Now for the Brazilian, that's the second one, and we've still got 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest. It's a long way. And so she was her attempt there from the Belgian Koichi Gari, stumbling his opponent. Up to 1.5 minutes now remaining in this contest. Bertoni, 2 Shidos. Trying to chase and get back into this contest. Trying to avoid that third and final Shido. Gautier looking for the Niwaza. Very little to offer down in the ground. Koichigari. Flurry of attacks from the Brazilian, who's looking very busy out there and very threatening. Throws that arm over the top, those long legs starting to now travel across Uchimata, the big harai. Well, Bertoni now really putting the pressure on Gautier. Looking very busy out there, and it's just a matter of time. I think another Shido will be awarded. Not sure whether it will be one apiece though. That's my fear, that although Bertoni looked busy, he really wasn't actually engaging into a throw. It was all upper body control and one-sided grip. He held on for far too long, and Shido being awarded, and Bertoni goes through for Belgium into the next round.
In white, from Canada, Zachary Bird. And in blue, and
Right, we're going to move to mat number 2, and the reason for that is there is a round 2 contest there in the under 100 kilo category, and it's the number 1 seed. Valam Lipatiliani of Georgia faces Faru Bulikulov of Kyrgyzstan. It's Lipatiliani in the white judogi, Bulikulov in blue. If you want to watch Zachary Burt and Tim Schmidt, just click on mat number 3, you'll get that. And if you want to see Faisal Jabala and Dauren Nuralinov of Kazakhstan down on mat number 1, you can click on mat number 1.
Well, we talked about Lipatiliani as the number 1 seed and making that smooth transition through from the under 90s into 100s, and he is in this contest and the tournament as the number 1. Well, looking at the size of this Georgian, you see he's overshadowing his opponent in the under 100s. scary to think what he looked like when he was the under-90s. And he's quite a fit-looking guy. There's a lot of muscle mass on this Georgian.
Baker Mashu was saying yesterday that he hoped that Lipitiliani would win today, because he said he always gets silver, doesn't he? Silver medalist at the Olympic Games and twice a silver medalist at the World Championships.
Yes.
He said, I hope Lipitiliani wins tomorrow.
This is Baker.
Baker Mashu said, yeah, because he always gets silver.
But it is true, he's looking for that gold medal, and second place, it must be haunting.
Well, he's had 3 Grand Slam gold medals, so if he wins today and comes up with a 4th, it'll be nice. But I think what Baker was hinting at was that, the really big ones, 3 times European champion as well, so, it's now the next step. You've got 3 Grand Slam golds, 3 continental championships, you've Masters champion. There's a beautiful Maki Komi.
Oh, brilliantly done there. And a very convincing win into the next round.
And now, if for some reason at home you were not sure why Lipitiliani was considered to be so dangerous, there was a good example of it.
Definitely a good indication of it, isn't it, or what's coming.
Good timing from Lippo there. As we were waxing lyrical about his skills and his achievements there, he comes with a huge Maki Komi for Ippon.
And we say like a nice smooth transition, and he has it. It's not someone he's under 90s, but looking at him, he's a real big athlete. He's not piled on the pounds. He's actually got the framework of an under 100 kilo player. And that's what's quite nice. And it makes you think, how much did he actually struggle to make the under 90 kilos? 10 kilos lighter. That is, and I believe he's right at the top end of the under 100s.
He's over it.
I think he's actually 100 kilos. We weighed in 100 kilos.
Plus,
that
with
was
that little touch. Oh, yeah, okay. Right, on the mat now, Laurin Berla of Austria faces Yevgenis Borodavko of Latvia. It's Berla in the white judogi, Borodavko in blue. As ever, you can choose whichever mat it is that you want to watch, but we're going to stick with mat 2, Berla and Borodavko.
Well, Berlo seemed to be the sized, bearing down Borodavko.
Someone at home was telling me about the drums that we can hear in the background.
Yes.
Are incredibly annoying at home because they sound even louder, but for us they're not that bad. They don't
hear them at the back.
Yeah, they don't really trouble us, but our apologies if they are causing you any discomfort. Or
we'll try and get someone out there to steal their sticks.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do, but I'm afraid I don't hold out a great deal of hope for that one.
I suppose we're so engrossed in the actual match that those sort of outside noises are just sort of well in the background. Oh, a lovely Ouchigari there. Borodavko entered in very nicely there. It was just so close of scoring. But Boiler really has to be very careful as he throws that right arm high. As he overstretches himself, he leaves himself open with the Ouchigari, so he has to be very careful in the exchange of grips. Borodavko just breaking up his opponent. The Austrian really now looking a little bit untidy out there. Tries to connect and round the back there, but still doesn't look comfortable. Really trying to rescue something and stay in control. Borodavko, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel, moving the Austrian quite nicely, frustrating him slightly. And it was a lovely drop Cianagi though there from the Austrian. Didn't get the hips in deep enough to get the drive off it, but caught Borodavko as he was advancing and trying to have that aggressive gripping style. To try and upset the Austrian. Boileau, as you can see, trying to throw that arm over on the shoulder, not really getting that opportunity again like he did in the first opening 30 seconds of the contest. Borodavko looking very powerful, as you can see, that right hand on the lapel, drawing his opponent's head into his shoulder, bearing down his weight, size on the Austrian, and making him look quite passive out there. We're into the last half a minute and no score. There's only one Judo on the board, and that goes to the Latvian at the earlier stages of the contest, and that's all changed around since then. Borodavko looking the stronger of the two athletes and the more hopeful of taking the place in the third round of this plus 100s. As we've seen so many times, that could just all turn around over in his head, and but at this moment Borodavko really looking very powerful out there and hard to get past, but he picks up his second one. Now that's a very dangerous situation for the Latvian. The Austrian now really has just been keeping so busy that's made the Latvian look very poor in his engagement. But now we're into the golden score.
Match 2, golden score.
Oh, Koichigari, beautifully executed there. Nice strong attack from the Austrian. So unlucky not to score. Again, double lapel grip, pulls his opponent onto him, still again tries once more to look for the Koichi, knows that that's the Achilles heel, the weakness of the Austrian and the Latvian. Well, we're coming up 450. Oh, yes. Once more, the Koichi was there. He knew the weakness of the Latvian and he capitalized on it again this time. But there will look to be a score, but it isn't put on the board yet. But again, another strong attack. This young man from Austria, 5th place in the Grand Slam in Tokyo and a 7th place in the Under-23 European Championships. Also part of the military team. This young man, 23 years of age. Seen great Koichigaris coming from him, but he does favour the Uchimata, but it doesn't really matter. I think we're coming to our third and final Shido, where Euler will go through to the next round, and there you have it. Borodavko taking the third Shido, a hand sokumaki, and is out of the tournament. And he'll be up against Lipiteliani from Georgia, so that's going to be a very tough match indeed for the Austrian.
Right, coming up now on mat number 2, Martin Pacek of Sweden faces Daniel Zorn of Germany. It's Pacek in the white judogi, Zorn in blue. Down on mat number 3, you've got Sergenik Miklos of Hungary. He's up against Anton Savitsky of Ukraine. The choice is yours. We're going to stick here with Pacek and Zorn.
Next contest on mat 2, second round, men under 100 kilo. In white judogi for Sweden, Martin Pacek.
Well, Martin Pacek, 30 years of age, world position 12. And this year results, well, he's 7th place in the Grand Slam in Paris. Also 7th place last year in Zagreb and a 5th in Hoi Hot Grand Prix. And the German hopeful Daniel Zorn, as you can see now, trying desperately to find an opening there into the Niwaza. In the Junior World Championships, a 5th place and a bronze medal in the Junior European Championships. Still a junior, 19 years of age, this young man from Germany. Well, they've put quite a few of the youngsters in, the Germans have, and have given, over the past couple of days, have given a really good account of themselves. What a team that's coming through. It's actually quite scary, really. Sutemi Waza attempt there from Zorn. Well, Zorn picks up the first Judo. And still 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Always seems a bit of a slippery slope when you start accumulating the Judos, the pressure. The pressure on the athlete becomes a little bit trickier, and it changes the dynamics of the way the match is conducted. Well, Martin Pacek there with the Wazari, a comfortable lead leading into the halfway mark of this contest. Zorn, 19 years of age, from Germany, making his debut here in this senior event, and has given a good account of himself out there. Very determined young man. Some real glimmer of hope out here. Good aerial awareness as he spins off the Sutemi Waza. Zorn coming round the back, tries to get a secured grip there. As you can see, the right hand of Pacek drawing onto that shoulder. Again, an attempt of a Sutemi Waza to draw his opponent down into the Niwaza. Well, just leading into the last minute now. Zorn really has to try and do something special. He's got nothing to lose here. He's got it all to gain. He's a young, up-and-coming athlete for Germany. He's got this home support, and He's a gutsy performer. He attempt there, but he's up against a very strong and much more mature athlete in Martin Patic of Sweden. Patic securing that lead, not really wanting to do very much, but picks up a second Shido, so he can't have any false attacks here, can't do anything silly, just has to stay in control and adding a few of the attacks to stay in control. But Soren doing extremely well there as he works on that edge and tries to come back at the latter seconds of this contest. Martin Patic goes through to the next round of the under 100s. A very interesting match, and a young athlete from Germany that we will see in the future. So the winner, Patic, will be meeting the winner of the next match coming up very soon.
Next contest on the 2. Second round, men under 100 kilos. In white judogi, representing Romania, Luka Kursavo. In blue judogi, representing Mongolia, Khagasuren Okulbaya.
Now we have Kunzabo of Romania in the white and Luka Vasuren of Mongolia in the blue. Romania white, Mongolia in the blue. This is the second round and we're staying with the under 100 kilograms. The winner of this match will meet Patic from Sweden a little bit later on for a place in the quarterfinals. So the Romanian starts there, nice little kochigari, stumbling the Mongolian back onto his heels. Romanian, as you can see, with that right hand just cupping the shoulder of his opponent's left side. The elbow coming up in the air is the Kosota again, working the edge there. The Mongolian slow to react and picks up the Shido for that slow reaction and a very slow start. But as we've seen many a times, the Mongolians just need that little bit of time to sort of sense and have a bit of an awareness of what's going on. They don't rush things. They make sure that they have the timing right and the grip just perfect for them. So hips come in. Now Mongolian works his way into the Niwaza. Again, he's taking his time. There's no rush in the Mongolian. The Kavzaren comes round. She can one arm under the armpit there, as you can see, rotating his opponent's upper body as he turns his hips in for an attack. As you can see, cups just under behind the arm there, drawing his opponent towards him. Very powerful grip from the Mongolian, closing up the gap. I feel that Kunzabo would be better off creating a space between him and the Mongolian. Picks up the first Shido for himself now, so it's one apiece. But I think he's playing a very dangerous game, the Romanian, by coming up so close and personal with the Mongolian, who is obviously favouring. And as you can see, comfortable in there as he throws for the Ippon. The hips got turned in, the grip was there. The up close and personal sort of engagement there was just what the Mongolian wanted, and sadly the Romanian paid the price for playing that game. So the Mongolian will meet Pacek of Sweden a little bit later for a place in the quarterfinal, and now we're going into Pool B. And Gazimov of Azerbaijan in the white. Armenteros of Cuba in the blue. Azerbaijan white, Cuba blue, and this is the under 100 second round. Armenteros defeated Ben Khaled of Tunisia in the first round. Armenteros, you can see, with the right hand under the arm, taking the lapel, his opponent's left lapel. Both athletes taking it their time in the engagement here, really sizing each other up in this contest. Neither one want to make the mistake or leaving themselves vulnerable in any way. Circling motion from the Cuban as he tries to open up the legs and looks for that Kouchigari. The drop there from the Azerbaijan. Cuban with the right hand on the lapel, trying to block his opponent's left side slightly. I don't think he's doing a very good job at doing that. As you can see, Gazimov hooking under the arm on the left side, taking his opponent's right lapel and working to catch that left sleeve of the Cuban. He's not really getting a chance to get that sleeve, but I feel if he does, stepping across for what could be the Uchimata Tayatoshi, if he came under very low against the Cuban, he opts for a very different approach based on that grip. Cianagi attempt there from the Cuban. Armenteros, I feel, could be stronger if he started to get the spin and rotation, opening up the feet and looking for that Kouchigari. We saw him attempt it. He was close on it, and there was that slight weakness for the Azerbaijan to the rear. Cuban needs to draw more on that right hand grip that he's got. Tends to be locked in, but really very little power being generated through there. Armenteros, 25 years of age, does favour the Cianagi. Fifth place in Cancun Grand Prix and Pan-American Championships #1. This time last year in Düsseldorf, when it was a Grand Prix, picked up a 7th place. And the year before, a silver. So it's a place that's obviously fond in his memories for actually getting a result out of. He comes in with the Cianagi there, drop. Again, two very poor drop Cianagis there. He's got to be careful. It will pick up a Judo if we see that one again. I just feel that the Azerbaijan Gazimov is waiting for that Cianagi, will make it look very passive indeed. But that blocking and that waiting far too long has given Gazimov the Shido, the first one with 10 seconds remaining. Well, it's been a really slow, calculated match here. Neither one of them being gutsy enough to just push it to the next level. Just part of me feels that Armenteros could use his feet a little bit more. I think there's a weakness there for the Azerbaijan, but the Cianagi for Gazimov. Pushes the Azerbaijan a little bit further away from the Cuban as far as actions in this contest. Armenteros is a very strong. There's the Ouchigari. Sutemi was rotating his opponent over, and Gazimov just glided his way through into the third round of the under 100 kilograms.
Next contest on Tatami 1.
Now he'll be up against the winner of the next round coming up. Next match will be against Carl Richard Frey. But what we'll do is we'll go across to mat number 1. Okrurashvili of Georgia, the former world master champion, and Godorenko of the Ukraine. In the plus 100 kilograms. And this is the bottom half of the draw. It's the first match for Pool D. Well, Okrurashvili and Godorenko pick up a Shido apiece. Not the best of starts into the first minutes of this contest.
Round 3, men under 100 kilograms, second round. In white, from Azerbaijan, the European champion, former world champion, Alkhan Mamadov, and in blue from Austria, Aaron Fana. Liebe Freunde, auf Matte 3 ist im Preisgeber der frühere Weltmeister.
Well, we're in the halfway mark and very little action from both these gentlemen. Godorenko, slight height advantage, but definitely weight advantage goes to the Georgian. Very strong but powerful man, but with a lot of experience under his belt. Drop Cianagi attempt there, both athletes with a Shido apiece. Godorenko in won the Tunisian Grand Prix at the beginning of the year, had a great start to 2018. Last year, the European Championships, a 5th place, and also Okruashvili there, as you can see, with the drop C, and a little bit unorthodox with the actual grip itself. It was trying to like hammer throw him over the top.
Second round, men under 100 kilo, tatami 2. In one judo for Belgium, 2017
Well, there, Godorenko has to be careful as he brings his hip in front. The sacrifice there, the Oranagi from Okruashvili is very powerful, and he's a little bit shorter, but when he gets under the hips, he has that real leverage that can sky his opponents when given the opportunity. Godorenko flies over the top with that arm high. Okruashvili just playing a bit of a waiting game. He has to really now put in a major attack. He's waiting too long for a mistake from the Ukraine. Dropsianagi continues to roll. Godorenko blocks it quite nicely there. And now we're into the golden score. Well, not one of the most prettiest matches. Godorenko looking quite tired out there. Put a lot of work in there with very little to show for it. 2 Shidos apiece, one more. Well, here you have the Osotogari, the Osotomakokomi, I should say, which was switched to the Haramakokomi. Again, failing to get any leverage on that. Godorenko really, he attempted an attack there, totally blocked from Okruashvili, and for that block he picks up, and he seems to look very surprised with himself, and the head's shaken, but I don't think anybody else is surprised about it. But Godorenko goes through to the next round. And we're going to swiftly go across to mat number 2, where we will look at the under 100 kilograms. Nikiforov of Belgium in the white and Kiev of the USA in the blue. Nikiforov, one of the top favourites, world bronze medalist for Belgium. Takes the lead with the Wazari at this moment. 1 minute 17 seconds. This Belgium Tokyo Grand Slam bronze medalist last year, along with the World Championships, a silver medal, and also a silver in Abu Dhabi. World ranked number 8. Didn't come into this tournament as one of the top 4 seeds. In the top half you have Lipitiniani as the number 1 seed, and third seed was Gazimov. But looks to be secure in his place in the third round. The one was Ari we see on the board. Nathaniel Key of the USA, desperately trying to get past this very strong and experienced athlete. The 22-year-old, his favorite technique in the Yuki Otoshi. And there you have it, the final score, but this time it was a Nippon, Cianagi, and a place in the third round. Well, we're just going to have a wee look at it, but even if it was downgraded to a Wazari, it's still Wazari Aseti Ippon. But they're going to keep it at the Ippon. So Nikiforov goes into the third round for Belgium. And he'll be up against the winner of the next match.
Next contest on mat 2, second round, men under 100 kg. In white judo for Curacao, Reginald Levin. In blue judo for Ivory Coast, Kobena.
Well, that's a lovely start there for Kobena for Ivory Coast. So Kobena of the Ivory Coast with Wazari Aseti Ippon goes through to the third round of the under 100 kilograms, and a very convincing win indeed.
Next contest on tatami 2, second round, women over 70 kg. Please welcome in white for Japan, 2017 World Champion with red number, Asamina Sara. In blue judo, representing Ukraine.
So now we come along for the first time. We're watching the women of the plus 78s. Asashina of Japan, the number 1 seed, Sara in the white gi and Tarasova of the Ukraine in the blue. Well, Tarasina, this is the second round for a place in the third round, I should say. Both these athletes had a bye in the first round. Nunes sadly didn't compete today representing Brazil, which meant Tarasova, who was meant to be her first match, walks through it with a bye into the second round. Asahina there, as you can see, with the attempt of the Makakomi. Harai Makakomi didn't really get that rotation, stepped across, the arm was in position, but just fell straight forward. And with the weight of the Ukraine on her back that time, needs to get a little bit more movement here. Well, Asahina there looking a little bit scrappy. We expect that little bit more from this young lady, and a little bit of a slow start in this second round. Obviously, first round was a bye, and for both Tarasova as well, because Nunes had failed to appear at the weigh-in, I believe, and obviously not in the tournament.
It's a little bit like you were saying, some people like to have that first round free. Others need a warm-up, and it's perfectly possible that Asahina is one of those fighters that need, to be on the mat, working hard before she gets into things, because, as you say, it's not the, not the best look that we've ever seen from Asahina. Anyway, 2 penalties picked up by Tarasova. That was a poor effort there. Minute and a half left to go.
Well, Asahina has won 5 out of the 6 events, but missed out and taken the number 1 spot in the world at the World Masters. Tarasova, as you can see, has picked up 2 Shidos here. 1 more would result in the Hansokumaki, but Asahina plays a bit of a dangerous game on the edge of that mat, needs to really rotate around to get out of the danger. And she does.
I think she heard you.
I think she heard, didn't she?
I mean, that corner's the worst place to be. There's nowhere to go there.
You find a lot of the athletes sort of tend to draw themselves towards that. I don't know whether it's part of a safety net for them. If in doubt, they've got a chance of getting out of there.
I was going to say there's a possibility of both fighters picking up a penalty here, and so it is.
And Tarasova gets the Hansokumaki, and Asahina goes through to the next round.
Sometimes you come up against an opponent where things just don't work.
Yes.
And I think that was one of those cases there. Tarasova and Asahina both nullifying each other, and we really didn't get a great deal out of that one. Now, we saw the number 1 seed in the in the plus 78 kilo category. We're going to go down to mat number 1 now to have a look at the number 1 seed in the under 78 kilo category, and that is Natalie Powell of Great Britain. She's on the mat now against Maike Zich of Germany, and unfortunately we join it just as Maike Zich looked as though she's about to pick up a third penalty for that false attack there. And so it is. Unfortunate. You miss out on having a look at Natalie Powell, but Natalie Powell won't be worried about it. She'd be glad to,
she had 3 minutes of a battle going on, which is like we're saying, sort of throwing the cobwebs out and having a good start to the day.
Now we can see who it is that Natalie's going to have to face in the quarter-final, because coming on to the mat now, Albina Amengeldieva of Kazakhstan. She faces Alexandra Babintseva of Russia. It's Amengeldieva in the white judogi, Babintseva in blue. The winner of this to face Natalie Powell of Great Britain in the first of the quarterfinals. Not the tallest of the fighters in this weight category, are they?
Definitely not. She's
well, we can't talk, can we?
I know. We're sitting here at half pints. But they always say good things come in small little packages. Normally you get some smarty that'll turn around and say, so does arsenic. But
it's harsh, isn't it?
Lovely attack there. Latinseva nicely executed. Ippon, no messing around there.
Half a minute. Well, as Loretta said, all over and done with very quickly. But we'll stay here because we've got another second round contest coming up.
Interesting one, this one with
Kalima Antomarchi and Sarah Mzougi of Tunisia. Antomarchi in the white judogi, Mzougi in blue.
Well, this young lady, world bronze medalist in this weight category. The third seed coming into this tournament. And someone we feel that could challenge Powell if both athletes get to the semi-final for a place in the final.
Well, the Cubans came close yesterday, didn't they, with Del Toro Caballal?
Definitely, they were very impressive. Very strong ladies. Well, you always expect a little bit of excitement from the Cuban team.
Women over 17 kilograms, second round, men 3. Please welcome in white from Bosnia.
And Tomashi there, straight into the attack, following through into the Niwaza. Trying to look for something there. I don't know what she's looking for, but there isn't really much on offer at the moment. So, a bit of time wasting going on. Well, 3 minutes remaining in this contest. One gone by. There's, other than the opening attack from the Cuban, which was a little bit of excitement to the start of this round. Antomarchi trying to settle with the grips, uses the feet to break down her opponent, stumbling her to her knees, and the Tunisian picks up the first Shido. And so Tamako Komi there from the Tunisian. And get the upper body control on there. Needed to clamp in a little bit deeper. But Cuban really not phased by that attack from the Tunisian was probably one of the strongest that she's had so far. There's the Makukomi once more, again a little bit too loose.
Next contest on the topic 2. Second round, women over 78 kilo. In one judo for Azerbaijan, the world bronze medalist Irina Kinzevska.
And Tamashi there dropping to her knees. The Sienagi drawing her opponent then down into the Niwaza. Again trying to, this time looking for a better opening. This angle can't really see too much. But obviously the referee feels that there's very little to offer down there. So to Makukomi, nicely executed score in a Wazari. And we're just over a minute to go. Nice timing. And now the pressure is on the Tunisian, who now finds herself on the receiving end in the Niwaza.
Now, I don't normally give a rundown of the 16, because you come to the last 8. That's not that bad, but the last 16 in the plus 100 kilo category for men is turning out to be really, really interesting. You've got the number 1 seed Bondarenko, who's going to go up against Toktoganov from Kyrgyzstan. The Russian Andrei Volkov is up against the new Brazilian Ruan Esquerdo. Ulzibaya Durenbaya of Mongolia against Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. Sven Heinle against Harazawa, the Japanese. That's just in the top half. Krakowicku and Jabala, Sasson and Saidov, Kim and Ojitani, and then right down at the bottom, Gordienko and Johannes Frey. So it's a real nice lineup for that 16.
And that's in the plus 100
in the plus
kilograms.
100 kilo category.
Well, they've definitely got the work cut out for them.
Makikomi effort there for Mzui, but it doesn't trouble Antomachi. And the time runs out, I'm afraid. The Tunisian losing out there to the Cuban, who we'll see in the quarter-final.
Well, we could go across. No, that's just finishing there with a plus 78. So Cheric Larissa of Bosnia-Herzegovina, she goes through quite comfortably with her Nippon into the next round, round number 3.
And coming up here, Sato Ruika of Japan faces Lisa Dollinger of Germany. It'll be Sato in the white judogi, Dollinger in blue. Let's have a look at this round 2 contest. We've got Germans right across the board here now. Dollinger on this mat, Yasmin Kulbs on the adjoining match. She just won her contest against Eden Bilig of Mongolia. And then down on mat number 3, Caroline Weiss is up against the new young Korean Kim Ha-yoon.
Well, the one thing with the Germans, they do produce some really good heavyweights, don't they? They seem to build them big, as I would say. We always wonder what they feed them on, because we would love to have some really big heavyweights in Great Britain, but we just don't seem to have them that big.
Years ago we had that young Scottish hopeful, didn't we? The youngster who did well at the Junior World Championships in Bangkok. I think she picked up a silver, and then I think she just a few things kept her from getting up there. I think Graham Randall was coaching her at one time, a Scottish girl. I'll have a look and see who it was.
I remember who it might be. We have Sarah Adlington that's competing today in the plus 78s, and she's
not anymore. Sorry,
is she out now? Gosh.
she lost out, I'm
Did
afraid.
she lose out? Right.
3 penalties she picked up, I'm afraid.
Well, that's a long way to come to lose out on 3 penalties. But we have here Sato, as you can see, trying to rotate Dollinger over in the Niwaza. But as we know, the Germans are very, very clever in the ground. Very skillful athletes when it comes to the Niwaza. Very well drilled. But so are the Japanese. It was nice to see them work down in the ground, and there's been some beautiful judo being displayed in the ground.
Ashley Fleming
Oh, Ashley.
was her name. And what I'm going to do is she picked up a silver medal at the Junior World Championships, only losing out to Tachimoto Megumi, who went on to win the Senior World Championships. So, and what I'm going to do is pick out other silver medal winners from that year, if that is any guide as to what could have happened, as she continued along that way. So other silver medal winners that year: Audrey Chermillot of France went on to win a world title and Olympic medals. Myra Aguiar went on to win world and Olympic medals. Autumn Pavia. These are just the silver medal winners.
It's scary, really, when you see
And-
those names.
and
a list of
Davidorj
those
to
names.
Merkelek.
Davidorj.
They were all silver medal winners. If we went on to talk about the gold medal winners, Arsene Galstian, Sarah Menezes, they were both Olympic champions. Rafaela Silva, Olympic champion. Just, so many. Tachimoto Haruka, Olympic champion. Valam Lipatiliani, Olympic silver medalist. Kayla Harrison, double Olympic champion. Lucas Kapalik, Olympic champion. And Ashley Fleming, silver medalist. It's a huge kick for me. I don't think I've ever said anything disparaging about British judo. When you've got that kind of material, you must find a way to make the most of it, irrespective of how difficult the conditions are. You've got to try and find a way.
It's about managing
a realization.
people, isn't it?
Yeah.
And,
My sincere apologies to people in British judo who know a hell of a lot more about that situation than I do. But for me, that smacks of missed opportunity.
I think the problem we have with heavyweights is that we just don't have enough of them. So our heavyweights really do struggle to get the quality randori practices that we have in Great Britain, and it just means that they have to travel further afield. And when you're that young, as young athletes, do they have the flexibility, or do we have the resources to send such young athletes away? And at that time, the resources weren't just there. Now we have a better setup, that the financial gains, and there's a full-time program available. But heavyweights still really need to be looked at. But beautiful finish there for Yurika Sato, who goes into the third round of the under-78s.
Lisa Dollinger of Germany took it into the last 10 seconds. That's a good effort from the German fighter. She had one win earlier on against Samantha Suarez before she came up against Sato. So not an entirely bad day from Lisa Dollinger, but it's Sato Ruika who goes into the second of the quarterfinals. She'll face Kalema Antomachi of Cuba.
That'll be an interesting match, that will.
We can stay here to have a look at Myra Aguiar of Brazil. She faces Samahawa Kamara of France. It'll be Aguiar in the white judogi, Kamara in blue. It's the number 2 seed from Brazil.
Well, she had a bit of a rocky start of the year, didn't she, with failing to get a medal in Paris, but she's determined to do that little bit better here.
In blue for France,
When you look at the track record of this Brazilian world champion, double Olympic medalist, definitely a real contender for the podium.
It's funny how the timing makes it tricky for the coaches, doesn't it? Because you've got Aguiar on mat 1 and Maria Suellen Alterman on mat 3, and if you only send one women's coach, then you're stretched.
Well, to be honest, my opinions on that is that an athlete shouldn't be relying on their coach to do the work for them. They should have that sort of ability and confidence in themselves to know when they go out there it's about them and their opponent, not what's been said at mat side.
Very well said, Loretta. I honestly agree with that entirely. Slap them on the back, go out there and take your place in the stands.
Yeah, it's just about giving them encouragement and just
tennis.
But what can you do? You can't fight for them, and I'm a great believer that make them mentally and physically strong, but more important, give them the confidence that they should have when they go out there.
No one's in the coaches chair in tennis.
Exactly. So it's and this is where you'll divide athletes, those that can actually just go out there and it's just about playing lip service to the person that's sitting in the chair.
They've decided that Ashiwaza is worth Ippon, and Aguiar gives Kamara a hand up. She can afford to. She's just thrown over Ippon.
Yeah, didn't actually overstretch herself either getting there.
There we go. Never mind. Have another go, Chief. He's going to kill me after this. Aguiar comes up
I'm trying.
with the win. A good one it was too. Right, coming up next on mat number 1, Luisa Malzahn of Germany. She's up against Zarina Raifova of Kazakhstan. It's Malzahn in the white judogi, Raifova in blue, and here's another look. Our Chief got it nailed now, look.
Oh, she overstretched herself on that Koichigari, left herself wide open for the Ashiwaza. Beautifully executed, upper body control, and wasn't going to mess around when she went down in ground. She was going to secure the Osakomi as well. She just lifted her head up to see, is it in or isn't it? Is it a Wazari or is it Ippon?
Right, on the mat now, Luisa Malzahn and Zarina Raifova.
Well, Malzahn is always one that I've enjoyed watching this athlete compete. Always gives a great performance. Got to be a hope here for Germany in taking a medal here in this weight category. Oh, beautifully executed there, scoring a Wazari, and Germany take the lead. And with the Osakomi secured, just swiftly looks up there for a Wazari Aseti Ippon. And Aguiar and Malzahn will be in that quarter-final position a little bit later on. That'll be quite an interesting match, but for the start of this German, what a great performance so far. Now coming up, we have another young lady from Germany, and she's up against Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands in the white. Anna Maria Anna Maria Wagner of Germany in the blue. Well, Anna Maria Wagner took her 5th place in the Hague Grand Prix. This under-23 European champion has got to be a big hope here for the Germans. Two very strong German athletes in the under-78s. Still in the competition. Sadly, both on the same half, and if they make it through into the next round, will meet each other in the semi-final. But still very challenging matches lie ahead of both these athletes, and Wagner looking a little bit uncomfortable there. 21 years of age, Anna Maria.
Next contest on lap 3. Third round, weighing under 90 kilo.
Karen Stevenson, one of the favourites in the top 4 seeding. 24 years of age, placed number 8 in the world ranking list. Latest results from this young lady: a 5th place in the Paris Grand Slam, silver medal in the Tunis Grand Prix, and at the Masters, where it all makes a massive difference. But Wagner there, in with the hips and flies over there, scoring a Wazari and putting Karen Stevenson as one of the favourites in a lot of trouble here now, with halfway to go. This World Bronze Master champion really has a lot of work now to do against Anna Maria Wagner. Well, Wagner, she sees controlling the sleeve, trying to bear down on what looks to be a very controlling grip for Stevenson, who's a Sutemi Waza, and scoring upon. So really all Wagner did was upset her. Sumigeshi over the top, beautifully executed, and Karen Stevenson goes through to the 3rd round. But what a great performance for Anna Maria Wagner from Germany.
Right, coming up next, Clara Apoteca of Slovenia faces Liliana Cardenas of Mexico. That's the round 2 contest on map 1. We're going to go to mat number 2 to take a look at the contest in round 3 in the under 90 kilo category between Gantolga Altenbanger of Mongolia. He faces Kobayashi Yusuke of Japan. It's Gantolga in the white judogi, Kobayashi in blue. We've had a little under, well, we've got 3.5 minutes left to go, so we've only had half a minute so far. Early days in this contest. the number 1 seed in this weight category, Nicholas Sherazadashvili of Georgia, has already won his round 3 contest. He's made his way into the quarter-final, where he's going to face Davis Duda of Latvia. Two Japanese in this weight category, Kobayashi Yusuke, who we're looking at now, and the current Olympic champion Baker Mashu, who's down in Pool D, going along nicely. They're having knocked out the number 3 seed already. Baker Mashu will be up against Joachim Bottio of Belgium in his 3rd round contest. Looks good on paper at the moment for Baker Mashu. He should be able to manage Bottio, and then the winner of either Tim Schmidt or Nicholas Mungai. That will be the quarter-final opponent. You better not look too far ahead.
Der Bronzemedaillengewinner des Paris Grand Slam aus Deutschland, Trippel. Im blauen Judo from Russia, Judo.
Next contest on category 1, second round, weight over 100 kg. In white judo for Ukraine, Stanislav Motalenko.
Well, he was moving off to his right there. That's why that Uchimata failed. Didn't have himself set. It may very well be that he just threw that in to avoid getting caught up in the grips. Round 2 of the plus 100 kilo category is underway now. The number 1 seed, Stanislav Bondarenko, is down there. He's up against Bekalut Toktoganov of Kyrgyzstan, if you want to watch that one. Dmitry Dovgon of Russia has just thrown Edward Trippel of Germany for Ippon down on mat number 3.
Golden score on the ME2.
Mat 3. Men under 90 Kilogramm, third round. Dritte Runde Männer bis 90 Kilogramm auf Matte 3 im weißen Judo-Anzug. Der Olympiasieger aus Japan.
Right, we're going to go down to mat number 3. If you want to continue watching the contest on mat 2, just click on mat number 2 and you'll see Gantulga and Kobayashi. But we're going to take a look at Baker Mashu, the current Olympic champion at under 90 kilos. He's up against Joachim Bottio of Belgium. It's Baker in the white judogi, Bottio in blue. Baker picked up a penalty for a false attack there. Togonov, by the way, has defeated Stanislav Bondarenko, the number 1 seed in the plus 100 kilo category, down on mat number 1. That's a turn up for the book there. Second round knockout for Bondarenko. He has to have an early shower. He won't be taking any further part in these proceedings.
Second round, men over 100 kilo, the W won. In white judogi for Russia, Andrei Volkov.
No scorers yet. Both fighters have picked up a penalty apiece. Big Uchimata effort there from Joachim Bottio. Just had Baker hopping off that. It was a good effort from the Belgian. He really looks purposeful, does Baker. Almost stalking Bottio at the moment. He's got to be careful to not to hang on to that belt for too long. He just about got the hand off in time. Kochigari again has Baker just stumbling backwards. Maybe just picked up a scratch on the chest that's drawn a little bit of blood. They just want to stop that. Maybe put a bit of plaster on and then bring him back. But it shouldn't take that long. And in the meantime, Bottio can get some instructions from Damiano Martinuzzi, the Belgian coach. Shouldn't be too long before we have Baker Mashu back on the mat. You almost got the quarter-final lineup. Gantolga and Kobayashi are still battling away, and then we'll follow that on mat number 2 with Safguliev and Igolnikov. Baker and Bottio here, and then Schmidt and Mungai after that, and that'll be a wrap on round 3. Once that has happened, I'll give you a lineup of the quarter-final. Right, here is Baker. back on the mat now. Half a minute left to go, just a little less. Yeah, Bottio's beginning to struggle with the grips. He gave Baker a bit of a battle early on, but now it's his turn to be on the back foot. He's got to be careful not to get too caught up in the gripping battle, and then he's ducked underneath there, that head, and he gets caught. He felt the pressure from the grip, ducked underneath, opened himself up, and over he went. But he lost focus there. He began to concentrate on the gripping battle, got out of position, felt that he was out of position, ducked his head underneath by way of a defence, and it just opened up the opportunity for Baker to come in there and plant him for Ippon. That was a quality piece of thinking there from Baker Mashu as he saw those different things happening, reacted to each of them, and each time it made it that little bit more difficult for Bottio, who just put himself into further and further trouble and ended up getting caught. Right, Tim Schmidt of Germany faces Nicolas Mungai of Italy. It's Schmidt in the white judogi, Mungai in blue. The winner of this will fight Baker in the last of the quarterfinals. And Gantolga and Kobayashi are still battling away on mat 2. They're into the 6th minute of golden score. Tremendous battle on mat 2 at the moment. And on mat number 1 we've got Ulzibar Durenbayer of Mongolia up against Levani Matiashvili of Georgia. That's a round 2 contest. We'll stay here because this is round 3. Kobayashi has picked up the penalty. It's Gantolga who goes through. So Temi was her effort there from Schmidt, but it really doesn't trouble Mungai. Well, Mungai looks as though he's secured that now. Schmidt writhing on the ground, attempting to get out. He just manages to escape there. It must have been right on the edge. Well, Wazari on the board for Nicolas Mungai, but he'll be disappointed not to have finished it off there. Schmidt is not out of it yet. He has a look at the clock and realises there's plenty of time left. 2:30 left on the clock. On mat number 2, Tural Sefguliev of Azerbaijan faces Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia, if you want to watch that one. Chance for Mungai to work on the arm here, see if he can secure that before attempting the roll. Well, he hasn't there, should be up and out of there now, Schmidt. Once he'd taken the hands off, Schmidt shouldn't have let that go any further, but Mungai had his arm wrapped up really tightly, even if it was just with the legs. Mungai will pick up the penalty for just dropping. However, he still has the Wazari and time's ticking away. There's a minute and a half left to go. And now Schmidt picks up the penalty for a false attack. Tomonagi effort from Schmidt. Well defended there by Schmidt. There's been a couple of occasions when he's had to defend himself on the ground against Mungai, and he's come out okay, but one way or the other he's got to find a way of avoiding to get wrapped up on the ground with Mungai, who looks perfectly happy down there. Low left-sided effort with Toshi there, but he's lost contact with the hands, and once that happens, well, you can't generate any power from there. Mungai it is who wins out against Tim Schmidt, and it'll be the Italian to face Baker Mashu of Japan in the last of the quarterfinals. Right, who have we got coming up next then? Round 3 contest in the under 100 kilo category. That's 2. We've also got the round 3 in the under 90 kilo category. We've still got round 2 on mat number 1. Sven Heinler of Germany and Harazawa Hisayoshi. Safguliev and Igolnikov. How's that one going? That's gone into golden score. Maybe one of those that we go and have a look. Let's go to mat number 2 then and see what's happening with Tural Safguliev of Azerbaijan and Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. And we can stay there after that because we've got the number 1 seed in the under 100 kilo category, Valam Lepetiliani, coming up next. We've gone into golden score. Safguliev picks up a second penalty. Igolnikov doesn't understand the rules. He started tidying up his gi when Safguliev got the second Shido in the golden score period, thinking that the second Shido in golden score was the end. he was getting his hands on him, and he's still looking. He didn't realise you need 3 penalties.
Exactly. Yeah.
He was looking. What's going on? He's got second Shidos in golden score. This is going to end it. No.
The thing is, if they're out a few months, then they miss out on so much if they don't keep up to date with what's going on. And that was one of the massive changes, wasn't it? That and the double, the Rosaria Setiapon. So Safguliev there, as you can see, with the 2 Shidos on the board, and we're in golden score. It's not one of the most comfortable positions to be in. And Igolnikov there, the Russian, has the upper hand. As you see with that left hand high on the collar, he hooks him with the Ouchigari, stumbling his opponent down into the ground. He's looking a little bit tired out there though, but there has been a battle going on for 6 minutes and 19, so I suppose we could be a little bit more lenient on the athletes and not be so harsh. But still, we've seen other battles going on, giving 100% out there. There's no score at the moment, so but Savguliev really not in the most easiest positions to be in.
Some of the Russian team are sitting a couple of seats away, and they were saying the same thing. They were laughing. I mean, it's okay for them to laugh. There is his teammates. For them, it's just another run out and another tournament. But for Golnikov, he's in the middle thinking, hang on a minute, I thought I won this.
Oh, I wouldn't like to be... Oh, yes. Oh, the Azerbaijan did... Golnikov there with the Osota. Lovely attack there. Scoring a Wazari. And do you think he'll be let off because of not knowing? Do you think they'll let him off?
Wore him down in the end, didn't he?
Yeah.
Golnikov, he's a class act. He really is. He just had that little lapse in concentration there when he hadn't caught up with the new rule, and he
I don't think that's going to even though he's got a good result there, I don't think it's going to get him off lightly. I think that the teammates
talk to
are
him,
going to
yeah. Oh, they'll rib him, yeah,
they're
definitely.
They're going to rib him big style on that one. So Golnikov there goes through to the quarterfinals. And now we have the number 1 seed of this competition in the under 100 kilograms. And this is going to be Lipitiliani of Georgia and Bula of Austria in the blue.
Next contest on event 2, second round, men under 100 kilo. In white judo for Georgia, the Olympic and world silver medalist in
Well, this is someone that, like we said before, has made a nice transition into the 100 kilograms from 90s, and looks very much the part there. It doesn't look like it looks like he's just tailor-made for the under 100s. Got a bit of strong lad looking anyway, but has made light work with his previous matches leading up to this round 3. Next round we'll be looking at the quarterfinals. Ole defeated Pacek, Sweden. Oh, sorry, didn't. Borodavko, he defeated the Latvian in the previous match. He draws his opponent across there. The Makakomi, Lipitiliani, nicely executed. That shows the amount of power generated through that attack. As you're going to say, with that right hand high on the collar, drawing Lipitiliani's head down. Not for long though, as the Makakomi comes flying in again, stumbling his opponent forward. A real threat with the Makakomi. A very tight entrance to it, and it was just a matter of power from the Austrian to bridge the gap between him and the Georgian. Koichi Ochigari combination, very nicely executed from the Austrian. Stumbling the Georgian back. Well, surprised he picked up a Shido there, considering there was an Ochigari attempt, which did stumble the Georgian. The Austrian throws that right hand over the top once more, drawing Lipitiliani's head down. The Makakomi came over but lost control of that turn. Bolle was there with the left, looking for the sacrifice counter. Once more, we're seeing a lot of the Makakomi attempts there from the Georgian. Really needs to sort of spice it up a little bit here. It's becoming very predictable out there for the Austrian. No elements of surprise, and the Koichigari, the drop Sianagi, nice combinations from the Austrian. And really has a nice repertoire of techniques and lovely combinations that flow quite effortlessly in this contest. Austrian trying to break through of the grips, the Uchimata into the Makakomi. A much stronger attempt there, and again a little bit slightly different to what he has been doing in the previous minutes. Nice turnover there. He's got that leg caught up. He makes, which is free, but slips the head through, looking for the Osakomi, the reverse. Shows you how powerful he is. Bolle really struggling now, and the Osakomi is secured. Just seconds remaining for the Ippon. A very simple but effective move takes Lipitiliani through to the next and the quarterfinal of the under 100 kilos. So that was a great win for the Georgian. And as soon as he managed to spice it up a little bit with the change from the Soro Makakomi into the Uchimata, it was a lot more effective and created an opportunity to finish that in that last minute. Pacek here now representing Sweden in the white. Akvasaren here of Mongolia in the blue. Pacek in white for Sweden. This is for a place in the quarterfinals. The winner of this will meet Lipitiliani from Georgia. Pacek with an attempt of a Tomanagi. Ramakokomi there, Haramakokomi wasn't as tight as he would hope for. And it's a little bit of a repeat of what we've seen in previous matches. The Mongolian starting off a little bit slower than he would hope for, picking up 2 Shidos and not even halfway into this contest. Drawing his opponent onto that Seoinage. Bakava Seren really needs to now sort of shake this up a little bit. Slightly shorter than his opponent. Comes in with a drop, Seoinage. Beautifully entered. Sadly just lost a little bit of control, but he's scoring the Wazari. I thought Pacek managed to spin out of it, but obviously at the angle that the referee could see, he managed to get that score. Pacek coming over the top, needed to hook in with the Osota. He had the arms in place, very powerful indeed, but he didn't have any throw. The feet just wasn't in the right position for that. So 1 minute and 13 seconds remaining, but there is still 2 Shidos on the board for the Mongolian. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki, so he can't sit back on that. Again, the Seoinage we've seen off on the one lapel as he follows through into the Niwaza, trying to battle away, looking to create something down there. For me, it's a bit of a time waster, and when you're 2 Shidos down, that's what you need to do, is stay down there as much as you can, because you've got to do some battling when he's up in the Tachiwaza. And Pacek knows how close he can be. The Sutemi Waza into the last minute, trying to pile on the pressure from the Mongolian, who leads with just that one Wazari. And I say just that one Wazari because what's more dangerous is the 2 Shidos that's also on the board. Takes the lapel. Again, he's looking for the Seoinage. Gotta be careful as he enters there. He cannot put in a false attack. Has to look very busy and doing enough, but there's the drop once more. A better entry this time as he pressurizes him on the edge, and he's got to be careful not to look to be pushing him out. Now, where I'm nervous about is that what was brought to the attention of the referee was the grip that the Mongolian had on Pacek. If that was the case, it's a Shido, but no, they give a Shido to Pacek for stepping out. So on top of telling the referee how to do his job, he obviously gets a penalty for not paying attention. Now we have there a Wazari. Well, my goodness me, with 5 seconds to go, that brings it all back into play. 5 seconds, and now Pacek is still back in this contest and still got a great opportunity. He's a Wazari up, 1 apiece, 1 Shido to 2. The Mongolian had it all and just let it go. The danger for Patrick Cech is that Seoinage's there, the one-sided off the lapel entry that has caught the Swede quite a few times now. The arm over the top, an attempt of a Sutemi was to draw his opponent down into the ground. Wasn't a very convincing attack there. Oh, Nakosota! Oh, so close. Pacek did very well. Tried to rescue it. Well, it ended up a very interesting match in the latter stage of the contest, where Pacek had that glimmer of hope of coming back in for a place in the quarterfinals, but Luka Vassaren of the Mongolia goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 100 kilograms. Now we have in Pool B Gazimov Elma of Azerbaijan in the white, and we have Frey Karl Richard of Germany in the blue. Karl Richard Frey here in the blue. A great hope for Germany to take a medal here in this tournament. "26-year-old there's a lovely hit. Nippon Siyanagi, Siotoshi. He does ranked world 36. Picks up the first Shido though. A little bit apprehensive out there. 5th place in Zagreb Grand Prix last year, along with last year's 7th place in Düsseldorf. The Olympic Games a 5th in Rio. Gazimov looking very apprehensive there, a little bit defensive really, and I think he could be looking at picking up a Shido if he's not careful. Freya looking very anxious to get back into this match, dominated for that last 30 seconds there. As you can see, the hand on the hip of Freya was a defensive move, and the referee should really be pulling him up for a Shido on that. And there you have it. It was a very blatant block. Gazimov, oh, wonderful attack there. Scoring a Wazari. The German just walked straight onto that. And the number 1 seed in the under 78 kilos, Natalie Powell, goes through to the semi-finals of the under 78s. Well, just under a minute remaining. Gazimov still maintaining that Wazari lead, has a Shido apiece, and Frey really now has to do something special. He finds himself in the Niwaza. He needs to get back up on his feet, unless he really can take this man from Azerbaijan on in the ground. But at the moment he's on the receiving end rather than the attacking stage. And while he's doing that, the clock's ticking away very nicely for the Azerbaijan. Oh, Koshigoruma there switched it from right to left. Brilliantly attempted there. Had everybody near enough off their seat for that one. Well, seconds are ticking, but I think he's left it just that little bit too late. And Gazimov goes through to the quarterfinals of the under 100 kilograms. And now we're going to go across to mat number 1, where we'll watch the quarterfinals of the under 78s. Antomashi of Cuba in the white, and representing Japan in the blue is Sato. The winner of this match will meet Natalie Powell of Great Britain. Sato, Grand Slam bronze medalist in Tokyo. Antomashi, world bronze medalist. So it's going to be a really tough match between these two. Antomashi, as we know, quite an aggressive fighter out there, very, very strong indeed. Defeated the Tunisian in the first round. Had a bye in her first match. Sato, as you can see, with the right hand on the lapel now. She's got a nice strong sleeve grip as well, as she tries to draw her opponent onto the Ashiwaza. Ouchigari there from the Cuban. Returned by an Ouchigari from Sato, who steps across, trying to drive across over to that leg that's furthest away. To be the Hare Taitoshi. Ouchigari, beautifully executed, pinning her opponent down. Now from this angle it looked like Ippon. It was square from this angle here. Not sure whether it was a mate. Well, it must have been a mate. We didn't see the referee at that stage, but Antomashi with a Shido now on the board. Ouchigari from Sato. Nice feet work as she draws her opponent down into the shimiwaza. And a mate called there, or it was called Ippon. I thought it looked from the angle of the referee's positioning it was a mate, but Ippon. And Sato goes through to meet Natalie Powell in the semi-final. Well, we said right at the beginning, if anybody was going to challenge, it was either one of these athletes, Antomashi or Sato. One of the one of the biggest hurdles for the number 1 seed to overcome will be coming up very shortly. Agua now from Brazil in the white. Again, a quarterfinal with Malzed. This is an opportunity for the Germans to get a place in the semi-final. Brazilian double Olympic medalist, world champion. Didn't have the best of starts at the beginning of the year and didn't medal in Paris. But a phenomenal athlete this Brazilian is. In the Masters in St. Petersburg, 7th place. Abu Dhabi, bronze, Grand Slam. And at the Senior World, obviously picked up the World Championship gold medal. But what a build-up it was, a bronze medal in Rio and in the Cancun Grand Prix, gold prior to those World Championships. Well, this double world champion is obviously an athlete to be reckoned with and the top favourite to be in the final and for gold. Very determined to redeem herself from Paris.
Mathe 2 und das Viertelfinale, Frauen über 78 Kilogramm. And Judo, the quarterfinal, women over 78 Kilogramm. Ebenfalls gehören zu die Weltmeisterin und vierfache Grand Slam-Siegerin aus Japan, Asahina Sada.
Well, and same with Aguilar, we've become mistaken her from somebody else that blew out in the world champion in the Paris Grand Slam, but here we have his accumulations of the Shidos and still no score. Düsseldorf is Aguilar's first match out this year as far as the records are concerned, so it's a real tester for her since the World Championships, but obviously the Masters was where that the expectations of her to do so well was shortcoming with the 7th place in the World Masters. One of the reasons that puts her in the second seeding in this tournament against behind Natalie Powell. Aguilar, as you can see, throwing that arm over the top. One Shido to 2 at this moment with just under half a minute remaining in this quarterfinal. And Malzen, as you can sense, really feels that she knows it herself that the Shido is coming, which would mean the Hansokimaki. And all that body language is most probably... Well, she knew it herself. She shakes her head. She accepts that that was the case. A mistake made. And Malzen goes out. Aguilar. But we'll see her a little bit later in the repechage. So Aguilar of Brazil goes through to the semi-final. Now she'll have the winner of the next match coming up, and that's with Karen Stevenson of the Netherlands, who had a superb innings so far, and Kala Opiteka of Slovenia. So Opedeka in blue, representing Slovenia, very tall young lady, and Stevenson of the Netherlands in white.
Quarterfinals across the board now. We're spoilt for choice. Karen Stevenson, who'd we'd been talking about her this morning.
Yes.
She was so,
well,
you know.
She's had a great performance. She really has been performing well. Against Wagner, she just demolished her at the end. So for me, she's a real contender, but she's up against the Brazilian if she gets through the next round.
Winner on mat 3, in white from Japan, the Olympic champion Baika Mashu. Baika Mashu will be in the semi-finals under 90 kg. Next on mat 3, the men's under 100 kilos quarterfinal. Nun die Viertelfinals bis
Sianagi there. Stevenson still driving, looking to get... Oh, well, she tried to switch it to the rear and left herself very vulnerable there as Opedeka came in to the Niwaza, now trying to punish her down there for that error. As you can see, trying to draw out that arm. Well, Opedeka, as you can see, has got that height advantage, but she's not really capitalising on that. Someone of that height you would expect to try and draw Stevenson's head in towards her, making her look quite passive and work under the sort of frustration and creating the opportunity for those long legs to come in. You have the Oso Tamaka Komi, but again left the top half of the body very loose. Stevenson trying to ruffle up her opponent, trying to create a space and a reaction from the Slovenian. She has a lot to do now with Wazari against her, and a little bit of frustration there on her face as she picks up the second Shido. It's like, what do I have to do next? Oh, she's got the ability to come back. Technically, she's very strong. Lovely drop Sianagi, just didn't get that finish. Needed to keep upright a little bit longer before dropping down. Well, there you have. Opedeka goes through to the semi-finals of this under 78 out of Pool D.
She's an exceptionally difficult fighter to get past.
She's all arms and legs. Very, very difficult indeed. Aguiar, she's up against later on in that semi-final, so that will be very interesting.
Right, what have we got coming up next then? The quarterfinals in the plus 100 kilo category.
From Kyrgyzstan, Bekbolot Toktogonov, and the blue from Russia,
Bekbolot Toktogonov of Kyrgyzstan faces Andrei Volkov of Russia. It's Toktogonov in the white judogi, Volkov in blue. Bit of a turn up for the books, this. You may have expected a different quarter-final. Anyway, that's what you've got. Sherazadashvili and Duda on the adjoining mat in the under 90 kilo category, and in the under 100 kilo category down on mat number 3, Anton Savitsky of Ukraine and Benjamin Fletcher of Ireland. Fletcher leads there by Wazari with a little under a minute left to go. Well, it must be Toktogonov's day. Just thrown Volkov beautifully there with left Uchimata. Wazari.
He's had a good day.
He's looking seriously dangerous.
Well, plus 100s, Toktogonov there leading with the Wazari. Still 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Look at that. Toktogonov. So many people today have scored and then got,
You
got
could just
got
never
thrown.
write
Yeah.
off the Russians, though. For me, they just tend to come out so laid back, and then all of a sudden they get the little bit of a wake-up call. They're down to Wazari or they're down to Shidos, and before you know it, they're back in play. It just takes something to upset them and to really start fighting back.
from Portugal, Jorge Fonseca.
They're so laid back, they're quite horizontal. And
Winner on mat 2 in white.
Right, who have we got coming up next? Ulzibaya Durenbaya of Mongolia faces Harazawa Hisayoshi of Japan. It's Ulzibaya in the white judogi, Harazawa in blue.
Quarterfinal on mat 1, men over 100 kilo. In blue for Mongolia, Ulzibaya Durenbaya. In blue for Japan, Rio Olympic silver medalist, Harasawa Isayoshi.
well, this will be a very interesting match here. This quarterfinal, the plus 100s, the Mongolian and the Japanese. Well, both of these athletes have had a great innings. Ilzibayev in the white, Harasawa of Japan in the blue.
First minute out of the way, both fighters just feeling their way into it. Harasawa maybe just shading it as far as his attitude is concerned, because there are no real big attacks in here, and obviously you can see from the score, but there's no score. But we're about to get a penalty here.
I was quite impressed with Ilzibayev against the Georgian
Matiashvili.
He fought him very, very well.
He's a good boy,
And
Levani Matiashvili.
Matiashvili's not an easy match.
Yeah.
And he did. Oh, Chigari, beautifully executed. Well, that was a very convincing win. And he'll be up against Volkov of Russia a little bit later on in that semi-final.
That's one of the best Ojigaris I've seen for a long time.
That was nice, definitely nice.
Winner on mat 1 in blue for Japan, Arasawa Isayoshi. Arasawa Isayoshi will be in the semi-final for men.
And a
over
well-deserved
100
place in that semi-final indeed.
Well, we're going to have a look round and see who's on and what's happening. I really think that the quarterfinal on mat 2 between Gantolga Altenbanger and Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. Where is he in there? That is the
in white for Kyrgyzstan, Yuri Krakovetsky.
number 4 seed,
In blue for
Gantolga.
Rio Olympic
And Igolnikov has just thrown him. Unfortunately, we missed out on that. You may catch it on the replay on the big
Right.
screen.
Look at that upper body control. Oh, how superb is that?
winner on mat 2.
See, Gantolga thinks that he's going to throw
tried to
him.
do the
He tries
Sasek.
left and he goes the other way. Igolnikov.
He
The
just
reaction.
had the upper body control. It was like he was luring him into that. He showed him that leg. He was teasing him with it and then let him go for it, and he was up and he was ready for it.
We're going to go back to mat number 2, I beg your pardon, because the number 1 seed in the under 100 kilo category, Valam Lipitiliani of Georgia, has just stepped onto the tatami in his quarterfinal against Khlagvasuren Otgunbatar of Mongolia. It's Lipitiliani in the white judogi, Khlagvasuren in blue.
Well, Lipitiliani has been on form today. Quite impressed with this young man, but Khlagvasuren has showed some real excellence in his judo.
Just a single Shido against Lipitiliani at the moment. We've got a little over 3 minutes to go. Just a single Shido against the Georgian at the moment. Nothing to worry about. He'll settle in. And talking about settling in, we're going to be joined now by Anthony Corelli. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing?
Oh, fantastic. It's been a wonderful 3 days so far of fantastic and dynamic judo.
I've been sitting alongside my commentary colleague, who's 5'2", and I feel dwarfed now because
5 foot range.
yeah, it must be 5'11" and 3/4 then. Well, I'm glad you said that you've had 3 good days, because there's been some good judo. You know, judo is it's a long haul, isn't it? You have, you know, the morning session, the afternoon session, and then the final block. So you can't always have, you know, flat out action. But we've had some good ones.
Amazing ippons. And the only problem right now during the day when there's 3 mats active is, you know, I'm going to get whiplash. I can't keep my eyes on one mat, especially when there's, you know, 2 Olympic medalists on separate mats on the other side of the building. The final block, I can focus all my attention on the middle mat, and it's fantastic. Really impressed with the amount of gripping and the no one's settling for any grip that's not advantageous. And, you know, I equate it to a power lifter. Wouldn't go up to a bar and attempt to lift it unless they had the perfect grip. So a lot of guys are very finicky and very picky about their grip. And it's good for me to take home to my students and promote that and teach that.
When Anthony was talking about going up to the bar, it's quite a North American term, unless you know about powerlifting. So the bar that he was talking about was the one that you lift with your hands, rather than one you go into and have a drink.
Yeah.
It's nice to be sitting alongside you, because you've done an amazing amount of judo as a young boy growing up, and then you decided to give wrestling a bit of a bash, yeah?
Yeah, I did judo from the age of 9 right through high school and university. I was on the national team in Canada for a while. And
Where in Canada was that, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm from Toronto, Canada, but the
Oh,
national
okay.
team trains in Montreal, Quebec,
Right.
Canada.
Do you mind me asking how old you are?
I'm turning 44 in a couple weeks.
Oh, okay, so you're a lot younger than I am, because I was just thinking, because I did a year in Canada. I was at Takahashi's dojo in Ottawa.
Ottawa, yeah.
Yeah, at the same time that Phil Takahashi, Ray was a little bit younger, Al was just that little bit older, so I suppose Phil was more my age, and Tina was there as well.
Yeah, Phil's an absolute legend in Canada.
Yeah, and the same weight. So I got to practice with someone who was absolutely, streets ahead of me. But it was really, really good for my judo development. The nice thing about that dojo was it was traditional, because Dad Takahashi really looked after it in a nice way. Mum too. But they had this competitive element as well. They produced really, really good fighters. And I was lucky enough to win a couple of competitions in Canada. And I went to the Japanese Canadian Cultural Centre in Toronto.
Oh, yeah.
And won that competition. We are talking Mickey Mouse here, for those of you at home. We are not talking big time competitions. But now that Anthony has mentioned it, I just thought I'd let everyone know.
Yeah, I was really fortunate. My sensei in Canada came from Japan. His name is Goki Uemura, and very traditional as well. And I find that Canada specifically, because when someone comes from another country, they're able to maintain that cultural identity, and it's very authentic judo that we practice back there.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean the judo
Discipline.
community- very disciplined. The community is very tight. It seems like we've always been defending judo since day one. In the beginning it was karate and taekwondo were the leaders, and even amateur wrestling. Now with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu's growth and development, we're still always fighting to get some sort of respect and recognition. But those that practice judo, we know what we got and why we love it so much.
Right on the death there, Slagvasuren of Mongolia picks up a third penalty. Lipatiliani takes the win. He will be in the semi-final. We'll see Lagvasuren again, but it will be in the repechage contest. And I'll just tell you who's coming up next. We've got a choice on mat number 1. You, as Anthony says, you are spoilt for choice here, because Ajitani Takeshi faces a home favourite, Johannes Frey of Germany, down on mat number 1 in that quarter-final. The next quarter-final on mat number 2, and we're going to stay here, is Elmar Gazimov of Azerbaijan. He faces Toma Nikiforov of Belgium. And then down on mat 3, there's a semi-final. The new young Korean, Kim Ha-yoon, faces Nihal Chekrahu of Tunisia. We should really do them. There must have been a bye that we missed there. Somebody didn't compete. Let's go down and look at that semi-final, Chief, because it is a semi-final between Kim Ha-yoon of the Republic of Korea in the white judogi. She faces Nihal Chekrahu of Tunisia in blue, and then we'll come back for Asahina Sara and Irina Kinzaska. Right, that's enough from me. Let's hear from Anthony again before I die. You went to wrestling.
Yeah, so after university, I had a child during university, so it was put a lot of strain on my judo career, but so we decided to follow professional wrestling. And during my professional wrestling career, when somebody would come up to me and say, congratulations, you're able to do something you love. And I said, I'm doing this to make a living.
I need the cash.
Yeah, I really love is judo. That was my first love, and I had this wonderful relationship, and it helped me grow and develop into the man I am today. Before I captured a national title in Canada, I came second place 4 times, and it was this never give up and persistence, and just constantly analyzing and learning from your mistakes that helped me in judo, but it also helped me in life in general.
I've only just met Anthony. It's the strangest feeling because of his demeanour and everything. It's as though he is at home here. I get the feeling that you're really happy to be back, and you're comfortable, and you're kind of proud. Hey, I'm back in judo. That's
100%.
I feel that. It's the weirdest thing, there's a guy next to me. He was really comfortable about being around the judo family because his initial start was in judo. It doesn't matter, you have to go away and earn his money and do the wrestling, but he's around the judo family now, and no doubt you're going to be around even more. get to know all of these people, get a feel for it, and maybe do something with us in the IJF.
Absolutely. I would love to have an active role in promoting judo around the world. I mean, specifically in Canada as well. It's very popular in Quebec. I would love to increase the popularity in Ontario. As soon as I retired, I guess I retired about a year and a half ago, and I have a training facility back home called Battle Arts Academy, and I was paying someone to teach the judo while I was on the road. And as soon
That
as
must have hurt.
it was good instruction, but as soon as I retired, I just said, okay, I'm doing this myself. So I've recently got my certifications, level 1 so far, and I'm enjoying coaching. And I go to my tournament with my little team of barbarians, and it's really fun, challenging. I never saw myself as a coach, but you know, when I'm on the mats, I'm free, and there's no other problems or anything in the world. It's my you know, when a painter has that canvas and they're all alone and they're just making art. This was the tatami for me my whole life.
Well, there's always a seat here if you're interested.
Oh, thank you.
Right,
Be
Kim.
careful what you offer. I
Hey.
might take you up.
I don't think there'll be any problem. The chief will be happy with it. Kim Ha-Yuan has picked up a third penalty here, and I think that'll be the end of it. Given that, the well, it's actually the first semi-final. It's on the adjoining mat. We're going to jump to mat number 2. Asahina Sara of Japan faces Irina Kinzerska of Azerbaijan. We'll go over and join that contest. It's actually about to start, so you haven't missed anything. Right, I'm chatting with Anthony Corelli, who is back after a high-flying career in international wrestling. He's back on the judo scene. We have yet to determine what it is that we're going to do with him or what he's going to do with us. But it really is nice to have you here, and with such a nice, positive attitude about being back in the judo family.
Oh, thank you. You know what I did recently? I haven't competed in about 19 years or so, you know, kind of that wrestling career is in between. And recently I stopped eating meat, and I was feeling really good, and I wanted to inspire some of my students and fight in front of my father one more time. He's getting older now. So I competed in a tournament.
Oh, no.
And with very little training besides sparring with I went into the open weight category, and it wasn't a bad day. It was 3 wins, 1 loss, and the loss was penalties and golden score because I kept grabbing the leg. But the next day, I was so sore that I thought I was even getting sick. It was incredible, all the small muscles and
That you hadn't felt forever.
forgot I had. Yeah, but it was awesome just to get out there and hear Anthony Corelli, Matt too, and I just had this huge smile on my face. And the person across from me had this puzzled look, like, why is this guy so happy to be out here? And it was just an incredible flashback.
Right, we're watching the world number 1, Asahina Sara of Japan. I know that her dad is in the venue somewhere watching on. She's up against Irina Kinzerska, who's moved over to Azerbaijan. She had previously fought for Ukraine, decided to jump ship.
Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed with the well-balanced, global participation here at the tournament. People from Africa and
Yep.
Asia and South America and North America.
We could do with a bigger presence at times from Pan America. Of course, we've got Brazil, as, a judo powerhouse. But that might be something, to talk to the chief about a role that specifically targets North America and it keeps you, fairly close at home, or possibly where you may be better known and have a bigger impact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even in Latin America, professional wrestling is huge. So there could be some influence down there.
Yeah. Well, we've got a team from Argentina here as well. Got a former world champion who's coaching the Argentinian women's team.
Cuba always has a strong presence
Yeah.
in international
Yeah.
competition.
Kinzerska couldn't break the balance to come up with an effective makikomi. She's just got the single Shido against her. It's nothing to worry about because there's plenty of time on the clock. There's more than half the contest still to come. The little fella in the chair there is Natik Bagirov, who was a bronze medalist at the Olympic Games way back in Sydney in 2000, under 60 kilos. He can't be that much more now.
Aus den Niederlanden, die Masters-Bronzemedaillen
with all the success that they've had in the United States of America at under 78 kilos with Kayla Harrison, double Olympic champion, they haven't been able to get anybody either side. You normally pass some of that on, so you've got someone either in the lighter weight or in the heavier weight or in your own weight. Hasn't happened.
Yeah, sometimes
It's a one-off.
with a very dominant fighter in a particular weight category, people have to either gain weight or lose weight to avoid her and have a chance at international competition. In Canada, when Nicholas Gill was competing, the Morgan brothers, Keith Morgan jumped up a category, and Colin Morgan, his brother, went down a category, and it worked. They both participated in the Olympics, and were able to avoid Nicholas.
As far as the women are concerned, I suppose the fighter who's been around for a bit and up and thereabouts has been Kalita Zupancic.
Yes.
The Canadian fighter. But now you've got your hands full at 57 and 63 because you've got those weights kind of, packed at the moment. We saw a couple of weeks ago in Paris, Krista Deguchi, who's come over from Japan now to fight for Canada. She'd been toying with the idea for 2-3 years, maybe even 4 years. She was really thinking about it, and then she decided to come over. And then in that weight, the former cadet world champion Jessica Klimke, she moved up from 52 to 57. She's around there, so two, really talented youngsters. And then at 63, I think we saw Catherine Beauchemin-Pinard yesterday. I think she's from Montreal. So there's a few.
Yeah, when I got reacquainted with the judo scene in Canada, the one thing I looked at is that kind of teenage demographic, because that's really the immediate future with regards to judo. And there was an excellent little subculture of tough young fighters. So the next 5 to 7 years looks really good in Canada. A lot of up-and-coming young fighters that are just really strong.
Right, you've got your first fan mail, Anthony Corelli. Doesn't take that long. Someone just sent a message to say they like the sound of your voice. So, you get invited back for that.
Oh, thank you. It's funny because as Santino, the character I played for all those years, I spoke with this Italian accent. So a lot of people, when they hear my actual voice, it's a little shocking.
You kidded us.
Yeah. Yep, sorry. It wasn't real. I'm Canadian.
What did Italians say about it?
Actually, I was nervous when I returned to Italy because I was portraying this Italian and also as a comedic character. Mm-hmm. So I didn't want people to say, well, he's not even Italian, he's joking around. But anyway, it was very well received, and they were flattered that I was just representing Italy. And since I became the Italian character, I've actually gotten an Italian passport.
No way!
And studied Italian to the point where I was able to go and speak on live TV. So,
oh my goodness!
What's the expression? Art imitates reality, or reality imitates art.
Asahina Sara won that on the back of penalties. We saw two actually, fairly disappointing semi-finals there. Kim losing out in the first semi-final, and then Asahina not being able to really make things happen with Kinzerska. But the final is still to come, and that could go down well. We are going to go down to mat number 3 to pick up the contest between Komranshah Ustapirion of Tajikistan. He faces the current Olympic champion Baker Mashu, who just pulls Ustapirion down onto his side and looks to claim a score, but they haven't put one on the board. It's Ustapirion in the white judogi, Baker in blue. Here's Anthony again.
Yeah, Baker has this calmness to him when he fights. Like, it's almost not even his full effort, which is scary because he's the Olympic champion and he's beating everybody. And, if we ever see him with a sense of urgency, how much more dangerous would he be?
And he's been off for a while, and he always comes to the tatami with that kind of attitude. You think that there's calm in there. We saw him yesterday. We had a chat with him, and he did come across as perfectly happy, looking forward to it, nice and calm, no stress, no nerves. And they did put a score on the board there. The referee, by the way, in the middle is Sharon Landstreet from the United States of America.
Yeah, the rule changes are pretty interesting, and how the fighters are adapting and stuff as well. They kind of have those 2 penalties to play with. I thought there'd be a little more newaza with some chokes and some arm locks. I saw a couple. I've seen a couple of hold downs and stuff, but the vast majority has been tachiwaza so far, and I mean, I'm fine with that. I love the big explosive throws.
It's a shame, really, because there have been some, and as Anthony was hinting, there are 3 mats here, so it's difficult to cover all of the mats. We're quite lucky because we, got this whole bank of screens here, and we can normally catch everything. This particular Grand Slam hasn't had as much newaza as some have had in the past, and particularly when we're in Japan. You've got 4 Japanese in the weight category. Many of them are, the young lightweight men or women. They love the newaza, and we normally get a newaza class going on the roof. It feels like that at times. Anyway, Baker Massey on the back of that single wazari goes through to the final. He's done exactly what I predicted he would do. He was my pick today.
It's incredible. I mean, after the entire match, he's still breathing through his nose. His mouth isn't open. It's just his conditioning must be top notch. As is this competition, to be honest. The organization, the IJF. I had a chance to meet a lot of people over the last 3 days, from referees to organizers and just everybody, and everybody seems so positive about the direction that Mr. Vizar is taking this organization, and generally you kind of hear in some organizations some discontent somewhere, but no, this is incredible. Everyone's really they love judo. They're focused on the growth and development and the well-being of the sport, and it's evident in this event.
We're spoilt for choice here because on mat number 1, the number 1 seed in the under 78 kilo category, Natalie Powell, faces Sato Ruika. But we're going to go to mat number 2 because the number 1 seed in the under 90 kilo category, Nicholas Sherazadishvili of Georgia, has just taken to the mat against Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia. It's Sherazadishvili in the white judogi, Igolnikov in blue. You haven't missed anything. It's a Georgian name.
Okay, yeah. It says Spain, but that doesn't sound Spanish. Georgians always having a strong representation here.
Yeah, and they've migrated, to different places. Well, this is going to be interesting to see which way they give this, if anything at all. If they're not sure, there'll be no score, and the referee hasn't indicated a score at all, so he's not interested. So
with the new rules implemented, 2 wazaris do equal in Nippon today.
We've gone back to what we had originally. Yeah, wazari, awazeti, ippon. We had a little test of as many wazaris as you like in order to try and ensure that the fighters went for ippon, and he gets caught there.
Wow.
Igolnikov catches Sherazadishvili and he goes up by wazari.
The refereeing has been quite consistent as well over the last 3 days.
Yeah, I think so, and they've worked really, really hard over the last 2 Olympic cycles to improve at each stage the possibility that the right winner is going to leave the mat, and they've moved away from, dominating the fight and controlling the fight to stepping back and just recording what happens. The role of the referee should be to record what happens rather than to dictate the direction in which it goes. If there are penalties to be given, then they have to be given and they're just recorded, but they hope that they're not going to dictate the direction in which the fight goes by giving out the penalties. In the end, it's the fighters who are penalized for things that they do.
Yeah,
it's a tricky one to get across. Any case, Igolnikov leads with a little over 2 minutes left to go, and a second complimentary message arrives for Anthony. If you keep sending them, I'm going to get upset because I haven't had any.
And I even like the fact that you can have 2 shidos and still go into golden score.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and there you go. Sherazadishvili's got a chance to come back here. Nobody wants to end it on penalties. If we can end it on a positive score, all the better. Anyway, the scores are level now. Sherazadishvili has that single shido against him, and I wouldn't worry about that at the moment. There's plenty of time on the clock. You're enjoying this, aren't you?
I love it. I'm watching actually, I learned a couple modifications of particular techniques over the weekend that I can't wait to go back and show my students. Especially there's a variation of Tomonage where I was always taught to place the foot, and they're using the kind of shin and flipping over.
Oh yeah. That's like a cross between Tomoe-nage and Sumigeshi, where where you put the foot at the back there, but you still use more of the foot. But the one that Anthony's talking about, they do use, it's almost a shin that's taking them over. And of course, you've got a bigger part of the leg to use there, haven't you, than the foot?
Yeah, absolutely. And I saw that they were doing a 2-on-1-sided grip to do that, and kind of kicking towards, because you're isolating that arm and then kicking towards that arm that's no longer there.
The other one is the modified kataguruma, the shoulder wheel, where the hand doesn't drop to grab the leg.
Yes.
And they do it both just from the hands
the 2-on-1
alone
as well.
That's an interesting one.
That's another one, actually.
Yeah, I'm going to give that a go when you get back.
Yeah.
I suppose the difference in coming up here in the commentary position is that not only have you've got a nice view because we've got replays and the camera's dedicated here, but that commentary, if it flows well, and I'm glad that you're up here, it's flowing really well, it keeps you focused. You get all this information thrown at you, not just about who they fought last week or how many ippons that they've scored or whether, but there's an analysis of the tactics and the techniques that sometimes, if you're watching at home, if you haven't got the highest level, maybe you haven't got all of that information. Hopefully that comes across and we give you at home beautifully caught.
That was wow. And actually, that's one of the things that I saw over the last 3 days. A lot of opportunities for Ashiwaza. I'm always big on doing. Oh, that was really nice. Just hook that foot like he had a pirate hook. Like a hook.
Yeah. You've just coined a new phrase there. The Corelli pirate hook. We're going to call it. Everything's working well here. If you look at 3 parts of the body, foot, hands, head, and just look at the direction they all go in.
Yeah, it's amazing when somebody who's getting thrown tries to avoid being thrown, the way they contort their body and sacrifice shoulders and rib cages just to not go on their back. And from such a young age, we're just programmed to do not fall on your back. The dedication is incredible.
Right, before we give a wrap-up of that contest, let's go down to mat number 3. There's another semi-final taking place there. Ben Fletcher of Ireland faces Niaz Bilalov. There's another Russian there. If Bilalov takes it, you'll face Igonlikov in that final. But there was a nice end to that contest there when Sherazadishvili and Igonlikov got together. Tremendous respect. In the lead up to that contest, there's just pure rivalry, and right at the end, it's done.
I read a quote online by Yamashita-san today about, we start with a bow, we go to war, and we end with a bow, just to show mutual respect. And that's judo. That's what it's all about. Mr. Fletcher here, Mr. Benjamin Fletcher, has been impressing me today. He's a very strong, very tactical fighter, very intelligent fighter as well.
Yeah, I think I ended up calling Sherazadishvili from Georgia, and I should have called him from Spain. Someone just typed that to me. It was easily done with the name. Right, Fletcher had previously competed for Great Britain, but his parents are from Ireland, so he's
there's Ray.
There's the one we're talking about. Yeah,
very explosive. And of course, the heavier weight classes, it's the strength and power these athletes generate is incredible. To the casual viewer that doesn't practice judo, it's hard to understand. If you do practice judo, you know that sometimes you come across guys that are just so incredibly strong with their upper body, pushing and pulling and grip. And
I must be slightly distracted because I was talking about the possibility of an all-Russian final. Igonlikov's in the 90-kilo category anyway, and he'll face Baker Mashu. It's Bilalov and the possibility of Lipatiliani and Nikiforov on the other side in the under 100-kilo categories. But the reason I've done that is because I'm having a really good chat here with Anthony Corelli. I've got a comfort zone. Oh, Bilalov.
Wow.
What a shocker.
Wow,
gifts it to Ben Fletcher, who'll be in the final of the under 100-kilo category.
Wow, look, he's happy. Look, he ran off the mat in excitement.
Absolutely.
He earned that. He fought hard today.
Right, well, that's all the judo that we've got for you on mat number 3. We're going to go immediately to mat number 2 to see the semi-final between Valem Lepeteliani, the number 1 seed, and Toma Nikiforov of Belgium. The winner of this will face Ben Fletcher in the final.
God, these guys are so strong. It's the perfect balance with regards to an athlete of explosive power, raw strength, you know, like a gymnast. They have the dexterity, and it's just so impressive at this level.
You can see in the background Ben Fletcher hasn't moved. He's standing to have a look, but Mr. Jong's going to move them along. There's another place for them to watch from, and when you get moved on by the Olympic champion, you don't argue. You just sorry. And he did it very, very nicely. It was all very pleasant. No score yet. Minute 40 odd left to go. Lepeteliani attacking there with Maki Komi. Just didn't feel right. Moved the arm to protect himself, and Nikiforov couldn't take advantage of an opportunity to work on the ground, and it's Nikiforov who picks up a penalty for passivity.
It's funny. Right now I'm about 101 kilos, and I look at these guys and I'm like, there is no way I would fight these guys. They're monsters. They've obviously cut weight to make the category.
Yeah.
I should be around 90 kilos. Christmas was a little
You
tough.
overdid it, yeah. It's always nice to do things at Christmas with the family, but you pay for it afterwards when you stand on the scales. Lepeteliani has a Wazari on the board, and it's from that Maki Komi effort there, just catching him on the side.
Yeah, with the two Wazaris equaling a pawn, sometimes, because these days a Yuko is kind of a Wazari, and I would hate to see two Yukos equal any pawn, but I was hoping they would reintroduce Yuko since two Wazaris now equal a pawn again.
Or to lift the standard of the Wazari.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point that Anthony Corelli makes there. Nobody wants to see what would have been Yuko, because there's the other end of the Yuko where you just about squeeze Yuko. Mm-hmm. So if you just about squeezed Yuko and those become Wazari, what you get is Wazari Awazeti Ippon for what would have been two just about Yukos.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good point. I haven't dealt with that one yet.
And that's really the only critique I would have with the new rules.
Nice pressure from Nikiforov as he forces Lepeteliani down, but only onto his front, so there's no score. 20 odd seconds left. Last ditch effort here from the Belgian to try and pull the score back.
Yeah, he's really putting pressure. Mm-hmm. Oh, he got caught.
With the push.
Yeah.
Had to open up. Second score given up.
You know what? He was going for it. That's completely acceptable.
Best way. Nikiforov giving up a second score, and it will be Valem Lepeteliani of Georgia, the number 1 seed, to face Ben Fletcher of Great Britain in the final of the under 100 kilo category.
That is going to be awesome.
Well, we've got judo taking place only on mat number 1 now. So rather than miss out on anything else, we're going to go down to mat number 1. We're going to catch the back end of the repechage contest between Olympic bronze medalist Or Sasson of Israel. He's up against home favourite Johannes Frey of Germany. They're 22 seconds into the golden score period, but Sasson picks up a third penalty, and it's Johannes Frey who, on the back of that, takes that contest. He will be in the bronze medal match. Or Sasson losing out after a third penalty. We didn't see it, so I'm not going to go and comment on anything apart from what the result was.
You can hear it though. The German fans are really behind their fighters.
Happy times. Right, coming up next, the semi-final in the plus 100 kilo category. Andrei Volkov of Russia faces Harazawa Hisayoshi of Japan. That we've got. It'll be Volkov in the white judogi, Harazawa in blue.
In white from Russia, Andrei Volkov. Rio Olympic from Japan, the Rio Olympic silver medalist, Hanasawa Isayoshi.
Enjoying your time up here?
Absolutely. You can't beat the view.
I'll speak to the boss, see what he says.
This fight here is really interesting. I like the fact that they're both heavyweights, but they're both, leaner and in shape, quite athletic. This could be the final, to be honest. This is a top-notch fight.
The other semi-final is the Kyrgyzman Krakovetsky. He's slightly different frames, shorter and stockier, and Ojitani. They're going to be well matched, and you'll see these two, are sort of evenly matched, as are Krakovetsky and Ojitani. So whatever happens, we're going to have, different body types in the final. And we're going to get to see both of them. We're looking at this one now.
Yeah, the next semifinals
Yeah.
also could be the final.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
be honest,
True.
the caliber of fighters today is incredible.
We're missing, I suppose, in here. Of course, the big man Teddy Riner, not
Yes.
here, and Lukas Kapalik of the Czech Republic. There are lots of people who are looking at him as a, possible rival to Teddy Riner. But all the rivals that we have unearthed over a period of what must be 10 years now have come and gone.
Yeah, that was one of the first questions I asked when I was coming was Teddy Renner going to be competing? And then when I found out that Japan was sending their A team, I was really excited.
And you can see that because they've both made it to the semi-final. It could very well be that we'll end up with an all-Japan final. I'm not against that idea at all, given that they are different body types. Now, Harazawa has lost, I think, 3 times to non-Japanese. That's it. In his career, the only time that he gets beaten, is from the Japanese. But there are three losses. One of them is Teddy Riner. The other one was a youngster, Stefan Hedgie, the Austrian. He was here. And I think the other one is Vladu Simeonescu of Romania, but he's a huge mountain of a man.
Yeah, if it's wow. Jeez. If it's an all-Japan final, I would imagine they train together and know each other quite well, so that's a whole other element we have to consider.
Volkov was up in the air there. Uchimata almost had him over. Just managed to get the hand down.
Oh my lord. That was potentially very dangerous. But that's the sacrifice to not go on your back that they're willing to do. The commitment is incredible.
Volkov, 2 penalties. Harazawa just the 1. We've got a little over a minute left to go. It's nicely poised, this. I'm not saying that we're sitting on the edge of our seats, but it's a nicely balanced contest. All that's missing is a score.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of when the fighters stand up a lot too. I'm not a big fan of when they bend over and look more like a wrestler or a jiu-jitsu fighter. I love that really good posture, hips forward, chest out. I call it macho judo because you're puffing your chest out and your hips up forward a little bit. But it makes for some really dynamic and explosive throws, which is what the fans really want to see. Everyone wants to see, fireworks.
Volkov there is guilty of just pushing his hands out and keeping Harazawa away. I'm not surprised. Last time he let him in, he nearly went flying. And Harazawa was just shaping the little Uchimata. He wanted to come in there again. Volkov was thinking about it. He just thought too long. And having, kept that defensive position for too long, he picks up a 3rd penalty. Disappointment. What can he do? The referee, as I said earlier, he's just recording what's going on. He doesn't want to spoil the contest, but at the same time, he can't allow Volkov just to stand there and hold Harazawa off. Unfortunate, but that's that. Never mind. We can hope that the second semi-final will give us a little bit more to shout about. It features Luri Krakovetsky of Kyrgyzstan. He's up against Ojitani Takeshi. It's Krakovetsky in the white judogi, Ojitani in blue, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside Anthony Corelli, who's probably just as excited as I am about the judo.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's funny, we have to do, we obviously manipulate the rules to try and promote the most entertaining product. I shouldn't say product because it's competition.
But that's okay. We're in the modern world. We can do that.
Here we go. These are some big, heavy boys here. I wouldn't want to challenge these guys to a contest at a buffet. Whoa, yeah, oh, wow. The grip didn't hold on, but explosive attack.
And now we can see about the different body types.
Yeah.
They really are as evenly matched, Krakowiecki and Ojitani, as the Volkov and Harazawa.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see which body type will prevail in the final. Because sometimes to be a little shorter, if you're a Stinagi guy or an Ipponsinagi guy, that little, just to be able to get under the person with your hip, it sometimes helps. They're jockeying for position. Wonderful. Whoa, nice fake. Wow.
Just drags him down onto his side. It's not the most it's not the most attractive of techniques, but they do give a score for it. So Ojitani's on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing, but it's effective. He went for Uchimata too, which for this kind of heavyweight categories, he obviously must be pretty good at it, because even to attempt it, it's a lot of weight you're lifting. But these guys have fantastic judo. You can see it in the way they move. Lefty versus righty.
He's got good movement, Krakowiecki, for a big guy. He's one of two Kyrgyz men who were in the competition. The other one was Togonov. He went out in the quarterfinal and missed opportunity there for Ojitani. He was a little bit too far away. He was thinking about the Osodo, may have got him close enough for the Makikomi, and then he had to bail out. Just a couple of feet away, the former Olympic champion and now Russian coach Edzio Gamba, and he's surrounded by this group of Russian fighters, all of whom are incredibly talented. An Olympic champion in there, European champion, Grand Slam gold medal winners, and they're all kind of, respectfully bowing to him. They know the chief is in that group.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of these super heavyweight athletes are, just super athletic. They have a little extra weight on them, but that doesn't diminish their athletic ability at all.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, and just from the look, you cannot tell just how athletic some of these guys are. You may feel, oh, he looks overweight. We may be, but as far as athletic ability is concerned, they can still demonstrate that. Let's have a look and see what happens in this last half a minute. Ojitani still coming up with an attack. Now, normally that's when they start, bailing out. I wouldn't give a false attack for that, but they do.
Wow.
And he picks up a second penalty now. He can't afford another error here.
Yep, there's 25 seconds left, so there's enough time to pressure an error. Oh, no. I think he is going for the attack. He's just it's being blocked.
Yeah, that time he got the push out, didn't he? So that was okay. Surely he can't give it up with 10 seconds left to go.
Wow. And that was it. Excellent effort. He's disappointed for sure.
Yeah, he gave his all, did Krakowiecki. I like him. He's got a nice attitude, the young man from Kyrgyzstan, and it's one of those countries that Anthony was talking about that's added to the mix that in other sports you just wouldn't even have heard about. We've got this nice spread, nice representation from different places, and there's a good illustration. Where would you get any athlete from Kyrgyzstan in the semi-final of a Grand Slam competition. Judo has that ability to pull people in from all sorts of places. Slovenia, for example, we had a medalist, a gold medalist yesterday, who was not the Olympic champion, and they.
The depth.
Right, we're going to do our first to camera showing of Anthony Corelli. So for those of you who've been waiting to meet him, here he is. Right, so let's just go through the finals. We're just going to tell you who we're going to see in the 5 finals that we've got to bring to you, and that'll be at 5 o'clock. It's 20 past 2, so we'll have a nice long break. In the under 78 kilo category, Sato Ruika of Japan will face Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. What a contest that promises to be. Sato, really tough competitor from Japan, and the current world champion Mayra Aguiar of Brazil. The final of the plus 78 kilo category, Asahina Sara of Japan faces Nihal Chikrahu of Tunisia. There's no stopping Nihal Chikrahu, despite the fact that she said she was going to stop. Here she is in the final of a Grand Slam. The under 90 kilo category, Mikhail Igolnikov of Russia faces the current Olympic champion Baker Mashu of Japan. Baker, on his comeback after a long break, finds himself in the final. The plus 100, under 100 kilo category, Valim Lipitiliani of Georgia will face Ben Fletcher of Republic. In the plus 100 kilo category, it'll be an all-Japan final. Harazawa Hisayoshi faces his teammate Ojitani Takeshi. I'm not going to stop to ask for an in-depth analysis of those contests with Anthony Corelli, because it's unfair, because he's only just come back. But I am sincerely hoping that it won't be the last time that we're going to see him on Judo TV.
Oh, I hope not. I'm having a fantastic time. The final block, I mean, one thing you can't feel through your television or your computer or your phone is the energy and the excitement and the atmosphere here. It's incredible. All eyes are focused on one mat. You can cut the tension with a knife. It's incredible, and it's so good for the sport.
We've got a winner. We'll be back at 5 o'clock. But from Anthony Corelli and myself, it's bye bye for now.